I heard we had the core rules today. Is this right? Man. If so. Oh. Alright. Okay. Any core rulers in chat? This has come to my attention, and it will be gone over and or discussed. Probably and. I'm gonna say it. CG Buster thinks of the big emote, dude. The Gigantify emotes on Twitch is the greatest feature they have ever added. Bar none. Simply the best feature. Making a huge ass emote in the chat, glorious. It finally got me. they finally got me to buy Beats. I didn't think the day would come. Anyway, Whiskey Lima, thanks to the tier 1. Appreciate it for 39 entire months. Thick. Oh, okay. Thanks for the sub. Rob, thanks for the big emote. Oh, and it's a plibby. It's a plibby run. Nice. People are hype about Elden Ring DLC, yeah. It was a pretty well-liked game. And it looks like the people like the DLC for it as well. Which should be good. Busta, the watch streak. We're moving into 100 stream watch streak. At that point, it becomes 1 mega watch streak. Once you get 100 SDC. Alterkill Dev, unbelievably based. I've read a lot of his Twitter, and he seems to be kind of just a machine that churns out based comments. Rocky Rocks, did you about the things with the big emotes? Do I have to thank people for the big emotes? Technically, they're spending like 50 bits or something like that. 50 cents. I don't know. I feel like people are going to do it a lot. It might get old. Thanking them every time. The meme itself, however, does not get old. First time chatter, we have 2 of them. The first is Azrael Elf M. No money for the DLC, sadly. Hey, don't worry about it. Build your way up to it, you know, work up to it. Supposedly it's good, from what I hear. No spoilers, though, because in this case, spoilers matter. As far as rules text for game pieces of a war game, there is no such thing as spoilers. And anyone who pretends they are weak, and they will not survive the winter, and I will not, what would you call it? I will not consider their point of view and do what they say. It's the same thing with Magic the Gathering card spoilers. There's no immersion to ruin. I will not suffer babies. But if it's a movie or a book or a game, you know, and part of it is like experiencing it, sure. Yeah, we'll keep out of spoilers for that one. Double X, the Living Tribunal Double X. First time viewer, found you on YouTube. Can't decide to play either AOS or 40k. Any thoughts? Well, considering that my content is for the most part exclusively AOS, I would recommend AOS because that's the one that I like and do things with. But, you know, consider the source. I don't play 40k. I don't have much interest in playing 40k, really. As a setting, 40k is awesome. But as a story and characters, and especially as a game, I just think you can get 100% of possible enjoyment out of it by just reading about the setting. That's about it. But also, like, it's the more popular game, I guess. I like AOS because I think the rules are better, and I think the community is way better.
Twitch Prime.
Especially, well, I was gonna say especially online, but no, I just think the community's better. And I think the models are better if you give a shit about hobby and that kind of thing. I think they're allowed to be more creative and interesting in AOS. But you know, it's like gonna be my opinion, man, right? Anyway, that's my sales pitch, I guess. Pinwad. Thanks to the big prime. Appreciate it for 3 months. Big rules time. It will be big rules time. We might be going on a little bit of a shorter low energy walk than normal. There's a lot of content to get to this stream. Which I guess is like part of the reason to show up here. Somebody mentioned in jest, just a jape, my lord, right? During the intro where they're like, my stream tag is low energy, which as you can see, kind of is. However, my intros are high energy, and so that's the balance, right? We go full meme hype for the intros, and we take it down a notch, and everyone can just be at the same place, I suppose. Anyway, thanks for the comments. Core rules go hard, and we also got all the missions. I think this might be controversial. I might go over the core rules first before the faction focuses. Is this maybe a little unfair in a certain way? But I think reading through if these are the hold on, are these the real core rules, or is this like the core rule doc that you get with Spearhead or whatever? It's the real core rule? Okay. I think the core rules are going to give us some valuable context with which we can make decisions about the faction focuses, particularly the last 4 of them. So I might do it that way. And plus, under normal circumstances, we would be going on a chill walk for 2 hours and then getting to the faction focuses, and so they happen at roughly the same time that a normal stream would have them happen in. So maybe it's double fine. Being smaller means it's more tight-knit, but AOS also lacks the Imperium and does not get as many chuds because of it. Yeah, that's true. We have a lot... I don't know if we even have this... I mean, we have the same percentage of people with political beliefs one way or t'other, I think, as your average slice of gaming for the most part. But 40k is particularly egregious with its slice of the pie. For the fascism is cool, actually, types, right? And these are generally not people you want to be around in public or online. And I don't think it's an Age of Sigmar versus 40k thing. I think it's actually just a 40k versus most other games kind of thing. You know, you get it with some of the subject matter. I don't think it's worth obsessing over, however. So I generally don't. You gotta curate your online area you're in. The AOS community is better because... Oh, wait, I already read that. And I was just talking about it. Do it. Going over the core rules first makes sense. Yeah, I think so, too. There are positives and negatives. Doc Battle Trade's definitely worth a second look with the knowledge of the rules, yeah.
Twitch Prime.
Walter Sotek, thanks for the big prime. You want a toe? I can give you a toe. Converted a prime to a tier 1, never mind. Big. Hey, thanks a lot. The system works. Thanks for converting a prime to a sub. And WeirdBoy97, thanks for the prime as well for the 2nd month. Hyped for 4th, big stream time. It is big stream time. Anecdotally, there's significantly more women who play AOS around here, proportionally. That's probably true. My perspective is one of a hermit who does not go outside. And so I can't too much really speak to real life communities or local stores. Furthermore, whatever local store happens to be around you is just going to be like a big old anecdote, right? You're kind of stuck with whatever store happens to be near you. And those things can vary wildly. I go to a lot of big events, I suppose. So maybe I could speak to that. But even still, most of them are in the Midwest. Shamble82, thanks for the big prime. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Can summer be over already? I wish. The proper duration of summer is 1 day, I think. Maybe 2. But if it becomes more than about 67 degrees, I don't want anything to do with it. But that's just me. If you want to play with more than the local 10 or 15, you gotta travel to New York City. Yeah, it sounds pricey. You think we'll get to it later, but if it's once per battle per unit, that's a W? Yeah. I can't remember if the doc rule said once per battle per unit. Or not. I mean, I suppose we could look at it later. I thought it was like once per battle army, and so everyone's like, eh. But if all of your guys get to do it, just like the Stormcast one, then it becomes amazing. There really is almost no in-between there. It flips on like a light switch. It goes from whatever to kind of exciting. I'm kind of looking at it at this moment. So the Stormcast version of this, I'll be reading it out loud right now. Picture it in your mind's eye, because I don't want to interrupt our walk. Once per turn, army your hero phase, their finest hour. Declare. Pick a friendly Stormcast Eternal unit that has not used this ability this battle to use this ability. The rest of the turn, add 1 to wound rolls and 1 to save rolls. Okay, so that's the nomenclature under which they write rules that are once per something, once per battle, once per turn. They have army in parentheses, and then under declare they make sure to say has not used this battle already. So that's once per turn army. Once per battle army probably doesn't have that has not used this ability anymore because they wouldn't need such a thing, right? Now for Doc. Which Doc's version? Once per battle, any combat phase. Pick a friendly Daughter's Cane infantry unit that is in combat to use this ability. That unit can use 2 fights this phase. Yeah, that's just once. Yeah. As I read it here, maybe the core rules is going to throw me a curveball, but yeah, once per battle. That's pretty clear. And it doesn't need the army parenthetical because it's once per battle. That's kind of like how that works, right? Yeah, okay, this is, yeah, no way. I mean, maybe we read the core rules and they're doing it in a way that's nothing like what I thought, but yeah, 0%. Could always be wrong. We getting into rules already? Let's go. They're like really explicit in the core rules? Okay. The way that it could work is if it's like, if your battle trait, pretend your battle trait is a rule and it Xeroxes the rule and lifts it and puts it on the war scroll, and then you're using it like on the war scroll of the thing. Then maybe, you know, I'm trying to reach to figure out some way where it could possibly work. I'm reaching real far. I'm doing some gymnastics. I don't think it works like that, but I'm looking forward to seeing. Somebody subbed. Who was that? We had a subber. Mr. Diddles 99, thanks for the big Prime. You watch on YouTube now so much you forgot this Prime thing. Thanks for the content. Hey, I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. I guess that's a downside. The downside to streaming on 2 platforms is that they might exclusively watch on the other one and then just forget. But I don't know, I think it's worth it to let you guys watch on whatever thing you like more. I don't think it's a big deal. Can't wait to play some Sylvaneth and 4. Almost have your Vanguard box done. Ahem. They kind of messed up on the once per battle army abilities. They should have written them all exactly like Stormcast Finest Hour is written. Oh, did we not learn? We did all this stuff and then we didn't follow conventions and they're still kind of different between 1 and 2? That would be disappointing to read through if that were the case. It's just pick a Stormcast that hasn't used it yet this battle. Right, because it's once per turn. So the ability is already figuring that you're going to use it more than once per game, right? You're going to use it once per turn. In which case, the next limit is each unit can only use it once a game, but the ability can be used once per turn, right? And the difference would be a once per battle thing is just once, you know? The exception I could see or imagine is like if you have a war scroll, like Iron Guts. Let's pretend Iron Guts have once per battle do something cool, right? You could take 2 units of Iron Guts, and since that's like on each of their war scrolls, you conceivably you could use those each one once, you know? So that's like a situation I could imagine. Anyway, I'm kind of looking forward to finding out how they explain. Supposedly it's pretty clear. And then we'll just get it. Spent this week painting 50 Stormcast infantry. Your body is ready for 4th. Stormcast is one of the armies that I got in the S tier of hype. So far, there's 3 armies in the S tier of hype. There's Fire Slayers, Stormcast, and Lumineth Realm Lords. One of the reasons for that is Stormcast seem to be getting abilities. Instead of just almost no abilities and then just like bodies. Khorne hype. 4th is for order. What do you mean 4th is for order? The stack is solid, but you don't know if you would call it clear. They tie themselves in knots a little bit getting there. That's fair enough. We'll give them a fair shake in their own system. It doesn't have to be like Magic. It just has to make sense in its own world, you know. If you've done a lot of Magic, you tend to like... It's hard to think of things in a different way. But you can do it, I guess. Shall we do it? It's only been a half an hour, but there's a lot to get through. We got the whole core rules and 4 faction focuses. I'd love to go on a 2-hour walk with you. And talk about boomer-ass old video games and the history of cinema. And Rift's house rules. But... the Order Grand Alliance thing. It seems like the Order guys are making out well. Same as it ever was. As I'm looking at this sheet, Order is looking amazing for the most part. Chaos and Death are looking great, and only Destruction is like mostly kind of all over the place. But I don't know if they think like that or if that's just a player thing. I don't know how their team works. It strikes me as a little bit of a player thing. They come up with teams in their head and they think that it matters. I don't know if there's like a GA guy. I wouldn't do such a thing anyway. They're not even, you know. Alright, it's time. It's time. Just for a little bit of a transition, we'll cut to commercial. And then it's Core Rules reaction stream. Poof.
Mr. Owl, How many licks does it take to get to the
Cream.
Let's find out.
Let your fingers do the walking.
I'm Mr. Buckets. Toss your balls on my top. I'm Mr. Buckets.
What do you get when you press on a can of Noxema?
Great balls of comfort.
You get
I can't believe I ate that whole thing.
Oh, where have I heard that before? Unjustifiably in a position that I'd rather not be in.
I'm calling paramedics and your family, Mr. Miller.
You can make this creamy cheese sauce in seconds with American cheese and
Cream.
mushroom Lipton cup of soup. And you thought cup of soup just made soup.
Oh, yeah. Cream in the World Wrestling Federation. And there is
More real meat. You'll be glad we made him taste better. And so will he.
More real meat. All right, here we are. Let's get some BGM up here. And begin the rules, which you can find in Giga on Discord if you feel like it. I'm sure they're all over the place. Core rules, advanced rules, how to use special units like wizards and priests. How are wizards and priests not just core? That seems weird. To me, that's like not including ranged weapons in core. Who's not going to use wizards? But then again, it's not really... I think what it's really doing isn't you and your friends don't want to play with magic, right? Because then it would be like, hey, I got my Tzeentch army, and your opponent's like, let's not play with magic. You know? And that's not okay. I think it's just the core rules are never changing, and all the advanced rules probably are in seasons, and they're going to add stuff. Fegala. Thanks for the Prime. Appreciate it on Twitch. Khorne will not use wizards. True, yeah. I'm playing Khorne, you're playing Tzeentch. Let's not play with the magic module thing. They're just too complicated. Anyway, glossary. Alphabetized list of important rule terms along with summarized definitions. Handy reference tool. Nice. The rules are numbered. Great. You love to see it. Alright, core rules. The most important rule is have fun. Core concepts. Must I read the core concepts? Tools of war, a tape measure, some dice, a surface to play on the battlefield, and 2 armies of citadel miniatures. I don't know about that. I don't know about that one, but whatever makes you feel alright. Give me some rules bold. Measuring distances. Within and wholly within. We still have this awful thing, wholly within. Don't like it. Never did. I feel like you should either have strict coherency or wholly within. I think they're both kind of trying to stop the same problem, and I would just choose one, to be perfectly honest. And the one I would choose was coherency. But that's just me. We're doubling up. That's fine. Dice. Blah, blah, blah. Designer's notes. Factions. War scrolls. Here we have a spearhead war scroll. Alright. Cornered rat. New type keywords. We pawns. Control save. Alright. Down here we got ward hidden away. You know, I think ward is a little hidden. I guess you're just... The first few times you look at a war scroll, you're like, oh, it has fly, because it's so tiny and at the bottom. I guess you just train yourself to look for that, you know? Alright. Control special. Okay, we got little ability icons here. The vast majority of abilities, of things you can do are abilities. This is an example. Shoot. Happens in your shooting phase. Name and description. Declare instructions, effect keywords. Core attack, shoot. Okay. Some abilities have one or more keywords listed at the bottom of the ability of their keywords bar, like shoo it. Keywords let you know which abilities can be used or which units can be picked as the targets are. For example, charge can only be used by a unit that did not. Okay, yeah, they bring along other rules and limitations and exceptions with them. Tell your opponent which ability is being used. If the ability has declare instructions, resolve them at this step, then you use reactions. Starting with active player. The players use alternate using any abilities with the appropriate reaction timing. I'm gonna go quickly to 12.0. I assume active player means the player whose turn it is. The player who finished setting up their army first decides who will take the first turn. If it is not priority, blah blah blah. When it's a player's turn, they are the active player, right? That's what I thought. So unlike Magic. Well, kind of unlike Magic, kind of not unlike Magic. You can't, like, immediately respond to yourself sometimes. Follow the instructions in the effect part, alright? The rules of 1. A unit cannot use more than one core ability per phase. This is going to be a hard one to keep in mind. Because there's a lot of random abilities that, you know, maybe they count as core, maybe they don't count as core. And so we're going to have to pay attention to that as we're reading through, right? Obviously they have to write this so that you don't just keep fighting forever or something, right? A unit cannot use the same ability more than once per phase, unless specified otherwise. Same ability, okay? Meaning the same ability name, I guess. A unit cannot be affected by the same passive ability more than once at the same time. If a unit is within range of 2 different terrain features that have cover, the effect only applies once. Okay. Seems like you can be affected by more than one ability, though. Just not passive. And a unit cannot use the same ability more than once. But you can be, like, affected by. I'm thinking about affecting and using here. Passive abilities are not declared, they just happen. Abilities example, any combat phase, you fight. Okay. Core attack fight. Fight includes pile-in and attack under its umbrella. Yeah, you can be under 4 different passives and like 7 different abilities that all sorts of other people are doing, but just not the same passive. You can be affected by the same ability, though, right? You can't use the same ability more than once, but if there's an exception, you can be affected by the same ability more than once, as long as it's not passive. As I read the rules of 1 here, I'm thinking about situations where someone has an unlimited spell. Let's say there's an unlimited spell that does you know, whatever, -1 movement or something. Well, you could cast that spell like 3 times and affect the same guy, and he'd be under -3 move. As I read the rules of 1, at least, if such an ability and situation could exist. After declaring fight, the person whose turn it is gets to choose if they all-out attack, and then the other person gets to all-out defense. Sure. Add 1 to save rolls, and add 1 to hit rolls. This also affects weapons that have the companion weapon ability. Okay. I wondered. So this is one of the few exceptions, it seems, to the companion thing. You can still all-out attack companions. But it seems you gotta say it, otherwise it doesn't. This is yeah, this is a big change from 3rd edition, where companions, or rather mounts, couldn't be affected by some stuff like artifacts and command traits, but they could be affected by everything else, and that was fun. However, it was too fun, and so they're not allowed to be affected by anything except all-out attack. I'm sad. However, this is an edition where they're trying to lower damage, I guess, and so this is one way to do it, because usually companion abilities are very good. This means if you're relying on companion abilities for your army, that's in general mostly a bad thing. Maybe we'll get to a companion definition later and we can find all the different exceptions. A target model is visible to another model, which we will call the observing model. Oh, you're an observer, huh? If you can draw a straight line through the air, whether horizontal, diagonal, or vertical, from any point on the observing model to any point in the target model that does not intersect any objects except for other models in the observing models unit. Any point on the observing model. Even though only half of the Liberator can be seen, he counts as being visible because you can see any part of him, okay. And the only thing you ignore is the observing model's unit. That's what you ignore. It's essentially just true line of sight still. Okay. Any point. Right. Combat range is just 3. Big buff to a lot of stuff. Big buff to a lot of stuff. And damage. Huge increase in damage, especially for big units of guys. They do have to be visible, though, as shown here. Not visible, can't attack, right? And then you got these blobs of area. Setting up for the battle. The army's battle plans, battlefield map. Territories. A unit is within a territory if any part of the base. A unit is wholly within if everything. The area of the battlefield that is neither player's territory is neutral territory. Alright. The deployment phase. Some factions have faction terrain features which have their own war scroll and are set up using deploy terrain abilities. Player who begins deployment must use deploy terrain abilities first, followed by their opponent. Player who begins deployment can use any deploy terrain. Player alternate using deploy. Player begins deployment must use any. Okay. How do you decide who starts deploying first? Is there a... am I missing something here? Players alternate using deploy abilities to deploy the units, starting with the player who begins deployment. Yeah, but who does that? It doesn't say. C12? Okay. It does say C12. Weird that it's not in order, but okay. At the start of each battle round, follow these steps. Determine the active player. If it is the first battle round, the player who finished setting up their army first decides who will take the first turn. Okay, but I'm asking a question before that. Yeah, who starts setting up first? This didn't help. It said on the previous page, the top left, okay. Oh, way up here, okay. Unless specified otherwise in the battle, set up. The player who lost the roll-off to choose territories decides. I figured it was a roll-off, I just wondered where it was written. I thought it would be written in the rules section, but it was written in the, like, explainer commentary area. Okay. It was a question that I didn't need an answer to, I just wondered where it was that it said it. After both players have finished deploying, the player who begins deployment can use any deployment phase abilities that are not deploy or deploy terrain abilities in the order of their choosing, and then, okay. Deploy unit, pick a unit, set up the target unit wholly. After you have done so, it has been deployed. Okay. Deploy regiment. Pick a regiment from your army roster to be the target. No units in the regiment can have already been deployed. Keep using deploys until it's done. So, this is why regiments are good. Because as like previous, yeah, they're essentially one drop. That's why regiments are good. That'll last a fixed number of battle rounds. Each battle round contains 2 turns. Player's turn is taking place as the active player. Each turn contains 7 phases. In each phase, the active player uses abilities first, then their opponent does the same. But you do all your abilities first. Determine the underdog. Whichever player has the fewest victory points is the underdog for that battle round. If the players are tied, then there's just no underdog. Simple as that. Active player can use any start of battle round abilities, and then their opponent can do the same, okay? What do you get for being an underdog again? Does anyone remember? Is it just a command point? Which is actually good, but... Turn phases. Start, hero, move, shoot, charge, combat, end. Abilities of the fight keyword follow a different sequence to other abilities. When the players are using combat phase abilities only, as described in 13, they cannot use fight abilities. You have to wait until everything is done and then use fights. But that doesn't seem to be the case anywhere else. Even the shoot phase. Once a player has no more units that are eligible to use a fight, the other player continues to pick units that are eligible, yep. Combat not fight, players alternate until you're both out. Yeah, combat phase is different. I was wondering about that before we saw how it worked. If the command point bonus is now for the underdog, is there a benefit to going second in the round? Yes. You're lined up for a double. Even though doubles have more downsides than they used to, you would still rather be lined up for one just in case you want it rather than your opponent. So I still think it's better to just be going at the bottom of every battle round. Also, interestingly, because of some of the downsides they put into double turn. If you take one and can't score victory points, you might automatically become the underdog for taking a double turn. And so the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. It's kind of interesting. I wonder if that was intentional. Universal core abilities. Alright. And that's what these are. Normal move, which is core move. You have run, which is core move run. You have retreat, which is core move retreat. Inflict D3 mortal damage on a unit that is retreating. I don't know why, though. How come? Why? From like a mechanical standpoint, why would you punish retreating? Attack of opportunity? That's from like a visualization, simulation, like realism setting. I'm thinking why mechanically? Because almost no one ever retreats unless you're an advanced player trying to do some cool skill thing for the most part, right? I just don't think it comes up a lot. Unless it's in tournaments or something. It's strange that they would damage you for retreating when it's used so rarely. And half the time when you retreat, your opponent just charges you the very next turn and kills you anyways. It's like, I don't know. It's weird. You kind of die next turn one way or another, I suppose. From a Dungeons and Dragons attack of opportunity perspective, sure, but I was thinking about mechanically. They must not want you to retreat if they're hurting you when you retreat. Or maybe they think retreating is too good or something. It needs a downside. I don't know if I feel that way, but maybe it is. Maybe because you can charge on your opponent's turn now sometimes? No. Because you would still end up being so close. I don't know. It's mostly so you can't use it as a way to get out of combat and get on a point. Why? I don't know. Do you think that's bad? Do you think people think that's bad? I think that's fun or good. You can try to lock them in combat. You can kill them. You know, I don't know. If they don't like retreating onto a point, why do they let you redeploy onto a point? Maybe they don't want it to be like 40k where you retreat to open up shooting. Oh, that's right. They changed every ranged weapon in the game almost to not be able to shoot in combat. I forgot they did that. Which I'm sad about. I don't like that. So maybe that's why. I don't know. Yeah, maybe that's it. Retreating is one of the most powerful moves in the game. It can be. But when it's not, it's terrible. And it's usually not. Just God. When retreating is good, it like wins you the game. But 90% of the time, it's not worth doing and wouldn't do anything. So that's kind of like how I feel about retreating. When it's the right choice, it's really strong, but it's usually not worth doing. I would say very often not worth doing. Which is kind of what I meant by the advanced player, average player thing. You can't retreat and shoot unless you have a rule that specifies. True. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I care. I was just wondering what the thought process was here. I'm trying to puzzle it out. I don't consider it a good thing or a bad thing. It's just like, that's a weird change. It's kind of like when they introduced a critical, what is the critical spell fumble when you roll Snake Eyes? And now your wizard, besides just failing to cast a spell, his head blows up and he can't cast spells anymore. I'm like, why? Isn't it bad enough you didn't get your spell? Why do we need an extra paragraph of rules punishing you for failing? Sounds like a rule they would add if this was a TTRPG like Chainmail or Rifts, you know. But it's weird in a war game, I guess. Maybe they want it to be more like Battle Mat, you know, TTRPG. It does make armies like Skaven seem sneakier when they retreat without penalty. Sure, but you're kinda... Everyone in the game is now punished except for the one army we wanted to be special, just to give them a special thing. I don't know. Could have given them a special thing instead. It's a throwback? Okay. Well, then I don't like it. I don't like throwbacks that don't make much sense. But also I don't care. Anyway, shooting phase. Pick a friendly unit that is not used run or retreat, and they can shoot. Core attack shoot. Shouldn't it say in shoot that you can't shoot in combat? Pick a friendly unit that has not used run or retreat. Then pick one or more enemy units as the target of that unit's attacks. I would put the not in combat declaration up here maybe. Yeah, like here we have charge phase, pick a friendly unit that's not in combat. Why not do that for the shoot? If maybe it's in 116 instead, yeah. Because they just do it with charge. Why not do it with shoot? Core move charge, alright. Your charge phase. Combat phase, fights. You make a pile-in. Yep, sure, resolve combat attacks against it. Got it. Got a little chameleon skink over here with them blowguns. Might be because when people would be annoying that shoot in combat doesn't work. Well, this is a game of exception-based design. And so someone who claims that shoot in combat doesn't work might also claim that fly doesn't work. Because fly lets you do things that normal moves can't. And that kind of person would just be talking to hear themselves talk at that point. Movement. Each model can turn and pivot, but no part of its base can move farther than the maximum distance. Yep. Units can move any distance up to the maximum specified in the ability. Units must end their move in coherency, yeah. Oh, they're just copying this paragraph over here, I guess. Model's base is assumed to remain parallel with the battlefield as it moves. Otherwise it has to go around or over stuff. After finishing a move, a unit must be in a single group. Coherency range is half-inch horizontally. Ooh, half-inch, okay. Didn't this used to be 1? We're tightening up coherency now. Be in blocks. But combat is 3, so it's like, fine. Each model must be within coherency range of a different model from the same unit. While the unit has 7 or more models, each model must be in coherency with 2 other models in the unit. How come? 7 models seems like a strange and arbitrary number to me. I guess good because ogres have 6. They're one of the few things that have 6. So good. Good for ogres, I guess. Most stuff is 5s and 10s. Anytime a unit is set up or ends a move, it must be in a single group, at least one other model. If there's 7 or more, coherency range is a ½ inch. At least 2. If it is not possible for a unit to end a move in a single coherent group, the move cannot be made. Oh, it's so 3-man units aren't punished if reinforced. You are right. Yep. I knew it wasn't ogres. It for sure wasn't ogres. It's because your 3-man brand new Stormcast Annihilators can be reinforced. That's the actual reason. I'm glad we found it. We got to the answer. Moving across terrain. This changed a little, right? Models can freely move over terrain features 1 or less height. Models can climb up and down terrain features, and they can jump down from a higher ledge. They cannot end a move mid-climb or mid-jump. This is a change from 3rd. Good. We're inching closer towards the if it sits, it fits, you know, or whatever the rule is. Here's my question. You can move freely over terrain features that are 1 or less in height. Now, while you are calculating the vertical climb, do you get to ignore the first inch? Counting the vertical distance as part of its move. I think you don't get to ignore the first inch. I think you gotta measure that. Because you're not really ignoring the first inch, you're ignoring a terrain feature that is 1 inch. You're not ignoring distance, you're ignoring a terrain feature. And if it's taller than 1 inch, you don't get to ignore the terrain feature. Never mind, I talked myself through it. That's how it works. I talked myself through it. Yeah, you definitely don't ignore the first inch. Because you're not ignoring the first inch, you're ignoring the terrain feature itself that happens to be smaller than that. Anyway, as I read the rule anyway. Yeah, the burglar, I think you're right. I think you just have to measure the whole last thing. Jumping down, you just do it. When a model's on terrain feature moves, it can jump down from the edge of the terrain feature to land on a lower part. To do so, you must trace a path of the model's move to the edge of the terrain feature. Then the model can jump down any distance, but doing so immediately ends their move. Models cannot end any move mid-jump. Okay. So, and that's an option. If you have an extra 14 inches, you can just move it, right? Or you can jump down and it ends it. Okay. I'm pleased that you don't stop halfway up or down anymore, because it's kind of annoying to figure out where the thing actually is. You think they want more low terrain walls on the table? Maybe. Pylon moves. Move up to 3. If in combat, the unit must end the move closer, or at least as close, to the target enemy unit. You target with a pylon move. It targets now. I assume. Because all, you know, it's an ability. The move can pass through the combat ranges of any enemy units, but each model must end that move no further from the target unit. At the end of the move, your unit must still be in combat, must be coherent. I like how you can move in any direction if you're not in combat. You can just go wherever. You don't have to move towards, like, whatever across the table nearest thing there is. I kind of like that. Note that some units have the fly keyword, even if that unit can't really fly. This often represents units that bounce, bound, or skitter across the battlefield so adeptly that they might as well be flying! We put them in here. Just like Palladium Rifts, we got exclamation points in some rules text. If you're not in combat, you can just get a free 3-inch move. Yeah, if you charge, that's how it's always been. If you have charged this turn, and by the time it gets around to your combat, you're no longer in combat for some reason. You get to pile in a direction. Yeah, that's left over from previous editions. Do the new movement rules imply that you can't swing your cavalry bases around or not? You can swivel it however you want, but you started here, and the furthest part of the base has to end whatever that movement is. So you can spin it like a windmill on its way. Doesn't matter. But it's never going to get you extra movement ever, though. That's the only thing, right? Anyway, I like that it's target enemy unit up here. I like how it's not closest enemy unit, it's target enemy unit. But I wonder, did we have a pile-in description here? 15.4, my dude. Some abilities such as fight allow a unit to make a short move called a pile-in. If it is in combat, pick an enemy unit your unit is in combat with to be the target. Yeah. Cool. And that's a unit. I like that. You can't pile out of combat, yeah. Cool. Ignore the vertical distance moved, sure. Yeah, not being forced in the pile into the closest unit is big. However, you cannot leave combat. And you can't leave combat with any of them, yeah. I don't think. Yeah. You must still be in combat with, emphasis mine, all the units that it was in combat with. So you can't... It's not about staying in any type of combat. You have to stay in all the combats you started in, I guess. But it's still nice, I think. Ahem. Picking targets. When declaring an attack for an ability, you must pick the target units for the attacks. Number of attacks for each model can make is equal to the attacks characters the weapons using. In most cases, models attack with every weapon on their war scroll. So some war scrolls specify certain. You can only target units that are in combat with it. If the model has more than one attack, you can split the attacks between eligible targets as you wish. A unit cannot make shooting attacks if it is in combat, unless otherwise specified. In which case, I would have just put it right here. Just like they did with charge. I would have put that in the shoot ability. And then if you had in combat shooting, then you just ignore that rule like you ignore all the other rules if you have a special ability. In most cases, models attack with bluff. The unit is in combat, you can only target the units in combat with. Combat attacks are made with melee weapons. Target unit must be within the combat range. Yep. And visible. Visible is big. Shooting attacks made with range. Target must be within range. Models cannot make shooting attacks if their unit is in combat unless specified otherwise. Boo. Doesn't really matter, but boo. Critical hits have no effect on their own, but often trigger additional effects. True. I wish they would have talked about random attack characteristic things here, which was an old FAQ that they'll probably have to reapply, I bet. When you are dividing your targets as you choose, the old FAQ was if you have like D6 attacks, you would actually roll that number before you choose who you're attacking, so that you can evenly disperse it. I'm sure that's probably how it's going to end up being. But it would have been nice for a little reminder text over here for that one. Perhaps it's later. If you picked more than one target unit for an attack ability, resolve all the attacks made against the one unit before moving on to the next. I think that's the normal way people tend to do it anyhow, right? In an order of your choosing. Once you are familiar with the attack sequence, see fast dice rolling if you want to speed up that play. In order to speed up play, it is often possible to make several attacks at once. If you choose to do so, all the attacks must have the same hit, wound, rend, and damage characteristics. The same weapon abilities, if any, and they must target the same enemy unit. If this is the case, just do it all. Yeah, sure. If the attack sequence ends for an attack made while fast dice rolling, it doesn't stop the attack sequence for all the attacks, just that one specific. Yeah. Makes sense. If the roll equals or exceeds the attacking weapon's hit, it hits. Move on to the next. If not, unmodified hit rolls of 1 always fail. If an unmodified hit roll for an attack made with a weapon is a 6, it is a critical hit. If the roll equals or exceeds weapon's wound characteristic, the attack 6 wounds. Move on to, if not, attack fails. Unmodified wound rolls of 1 always fail. Do note that while a 1 always fails, a 6 doesn't always succeed. It does always do its critical hit thing, but it doesn't necessarily always succeed on modified 6. Safe roll. Subtract the attacking weapon's rend from the roll. Unmodified save rolls of 1 always fail. If the roll equals or exceeds save characteristic of the unit, the attack fails, sequence ends. If not, it's successful. Yeah, and a 6 doesn't always pass here either. Do you have 2 different attacks on this profile of 20 attacks? Just use different colored dice, yeah. The attack inflicts a number of damage points, okay. Inflicted damage points are added to a temporary damage pool. After completing these steps for all the attacks for that ability are resolved, and you can move on to the damage sequence. So we're carrying a bin of damage, and we're moving towards it. Attack modifiers and caps. Okay, here's what I was wondering about. This is going to answer a lot of questions. Modifiers to hit rolls, wound rolls, save rolls are capped, rules bold, to prevent overwhelming combinations of abilities. i.e., to prevent fun. Or if you're on the receiving end, not fun. Kind of depends. Boo, no fun allowed. This is not a Johnny game, it is only a Timmy game. When making a hit roll or a wound roll, add up all the positive and negative modifiers that apply to the roll, then cap the result to a max of +1 if positive, or a minimum of -1 if negative. Fun detected. When making a save roll, add up all the positive and negative modifiers that apply to the roll, and cap the result at +1. Note that unlike hit rolls and wound rolls, there's no cap on the amount that can be subtracted from save rolls. Oh, really? Okay. Okay. 17.1, boo. Mostly fine with capping penalties, but sad that we're capping bonuses. And also, 6 years later, still sad that everything changed to natural 6s instead of modified 6s, how it used to be. The good old days. The good old days of lightning loops in the corner. The things that are not capped are damage and attacks, so there's still some fun to be had. Some abilities inflict mortal damage. If an ability inflicts mortal damage on a unit, add the number of damage points to the unit's damage pool for that ability. Okay. Some abilities inflict mortal damage. This should read, every third ability in the entire game inflicts mortal damage. It's always roll a d3. 33% nothing, or 2 or 3. Everything in the game. Alright, fast dice rolling, we read that. Nice artwork here with some new rat mongolers. The damage sequence. After resolving the effect of any ability that inflicts damage, you got this bin, you got this damage bin. You resolve ward saves for all damage points in the target unit's damage pool, if applicable. Allocate the damage points to the unit's damage pool and remove slain models. Units with a ward keyword have a ward save passive ability. The number... We won, by the way. The players won. The players have always called it ward save. And the designers never wanted to call it that. We won. They're calling it ward saves. We celebrated last time for that too. But we did it. We did it. The number after the ward indicates the ward value for the ward. If the unit has a ward of 5 up, what kind of unit would that be? Everybody who used to. For example, the unit value would be 5. Yeah, ward save. Allocating damage. When allocated damage points to a unit, the damage points in its damage pool are allocated to it one at a time. Each time the number of the damage equals health characteristics, something slain. Keep allocating damage points until there are none left. The number of damage points allocated to a unit is not enough to slay a model. Keep track of the number of damage points currently allocated to the unit. While it has any damage points on it, it is damaged. Keyword, nice. Good. Notice that this is still the same as third, where the true way of doing it is allocating damage points onto stuff. So counting up with the die is the canonically correct way of doing it, for anyone wondering. You might like counting down because then it lets the other player know what the life of that thing is, but the rules writers apparently know better than you, and counting up is simply the intended and correct way. Anyway, moving on. Slain models. The commander of a unit must pick which models in the unit are slain. However, after each slain is removed, the unit must be in a single carrying group. If it's not possible, continue to remove models until it is. Okay. Destroyed units. When the last model in a unit is slain, the unit is destroyed. If something causes the unit to be destroyed, all models in the unit is slain or removed. I got it. Oh, we got a diagram? Attack sequence? Dude, flowchart stormcast, huh? Hey, alright. I appreciate them trying different ways of showing you this information. That's alright. Hey, alright. Mortal damage goes into damage pool here. What this means is there will no longer be ward rolls against only mortals or only normal damage. Because mortal damage adds to the pool up here, it means that there's only ever going to be one type of ward, it seems, in AOS. And that's a ward. No versus mortals, no versus whatever. Which I don't know, I'm kind of sad about, actually. I thought it was a useful type of granularity. Chaos rune shields and stuff. What's that? Ignax's scales, you know, things like that. There's an attacking example, we don't need that. Special rules. Oh, special rules, okay. Strike first and strike last. We're gonna strike these rules last because somebody asked for a commercial a million years ago, and I get a drink anyway. So, BRB, hit you with a commercial. Get a drink, get up, stretch your legs. We're gonna be here for a while.
With Klondike ice cream bars, you get big servings, big taste, big cream.
Imagine
5 big, moist, delicious ounces of big, hot ice cream. And a coating made with beautiful
Milk.
chocolate so you can
Pour.
big cream.
Like I've never had it.
Klondike, big bar, big cream.
Introducing the best news for ice cream lovers since ice cream began. New Simple Pleasures. It's everything you love about ice cream, but no point. New Simple Pleasures is unbelievably rich, incredibly creamy, and absolutely top. Oh yeah. Because New Simple Pleasures is made with all natural
Pure athlete, yeah.
instead of
Point.
new delicious all natural Simple Pleasures. There's never been an ice cream like it.
Are we back? At this moment, I'm feeling bad because I'm experiencing kaleidoscopic vision, which happens half an hour, 45 minutes before a migraine, typically. And it's making this difficult to read, but I'm gonna get through it anyway. So if I make a reading mistake, it's because of that. Apologies. Alright. First strike and strike last. If there are any strike first units in combat at the start of the phase, other units cannot be picked to use a fight ability until those units have been picked to use. Okay, yeah, we knew that. After all the strike first, then active player picks, so it's just like before. If there any strike last, everybody else goes, and then they do. If a unit has strike first and strike last, treat it as if it had neither. Cool, we have an easy answer to that right away. You love it. You love to see it. Ahem. There may be situations when a unit that has strike first is not in combat at the start of the phase and then gets put in there later. Good question. I love them adding this kind of stuff over here. In such cases, strike first has no effect on that unit because it was not in combat at the start of the phase. Do they still get to fight? Abilities allow a unit to use fight immediately after another unit. Do not override the strike first or strike last constraints. So you could not pick a unit with strike last to fight immediately after a unit with strike first. Okay. But if you have strike first and you have immediately after, do they go first? I guess it doesn't override. It doesn't override strike first, strike last, but does it override normal? I guess is my question. And then also up here, I think it's pretty easy to answer up here. If you have strike first, but you're pulled into combat later, obviously you don't skip your fighting, right? You still do get to attack. It's probably worth an FAQ, but I'm sure that's how it's gonna go, you know. As to this one, I'm not sure. It doesn't override normal, so it doesn't bring you up to strike first. If it has an ability that somebody fights immediately after them, what it means by immediately after is not really immediate, like later. So you do all the strike firsts, and then that guy gets to go, and then you do normal activation? Or I guess, I don't know. Strike first, can't pull a regular to fight immediately after. Okay. That sucks. I don't like that. But then again, every time they change the game to have fewer combos and less interesting Johnny interactions, I'm always sad. But this is part of what it means to streamline, I guess. Ahem. Yeah, I guess they're like solid walls, you know. Weapon abilities, universal weapon abilities, anti-X, anti-X, that's a cool name. +1 rend, and it's just whatever type it is, charge, companion. This weapon is not affected by anything that's fun, and sucks, but its stats might be good, but still, no fun allowed on way less fun allowed on companion attacks than I previously thought, actually. Like, you can't even cast a spell to give a companion attack +1 the wound anymore. You used to be able to. As far as I read this, anyway. That fucking sucks, dude. Companions? A vampire slurping the fun. Okay. That's not quite true? Oh, good. I'm happy that that is maybe true. Crit auto wound, crit 2 hits, crit mortal, shoot in combat, healan. Some abilities allow you to heal a unit, remove body. Yeah, okay, got it. The important note on anti is they are cumulative, yes. I guess I assumed they would be, but, you know, I assumed a lot of other stuff that seems explicitly not allowed because it would be fun, and so we got to keep the cumulative fun up here for Rend. Companions are not as screwed. Good. Returning and adding models. Tokens are not considered... Here's a token. Tokens are not considered to be models for rules purposes and can be ignored or moved out of the way for purposes of visibility. Okay. And they're just like... Yeah, okay. They are a token, in other words. Setting up units. Some... A unit set up on the battlefield in a phase other than deployment cannot use move abilities in the movement phase of the same turn. Specifically movement phase and abilities that have the move rules bold thing keyword at the bottom. So that's important to note. Replacement units have to have... It should have the same war scroll, weapon options, and number of models, unless otherwise specified. Many of these abilities specify the proportion of models in the replacement unit, half the number. In these cases, you can pick which models from the original unit are set up. The replacement unit is otherwise treated as a new unit. Any keywords or abilities in the original persisting does not apply. Each unit can only be replaced once. So... Does this mean you can pick which models from the original unit are set up? Does this mean I get my special weapons in a 5-man squad instead of a 10? Because it reads as I do here. And then down here, the replacement unit otherwise treated as a new unit. Once per game, now twice per game. If the thing died. Because it's new. It's a new unit. Let's fucking go. Okay, replacement unit's good. You get the best of all worlds. You get your champion, your special weapon, even though you're a small unit. And you get your once per games back if you didn't. You still only get 1 in 3 or 1 in 5 or whatever. No. because up here, in these cases, you can pick which models from the original unit are set up. So you choose those, right? And then down here, the replacement unit is otherwise treated, right? Is there a sentence before it? When setting up the unit, it should have the same war scroll type, weapon options, and number of models as the original. Many of these abilities specify the proportion of models in the replacement unit. Yeah, like half. Yeah, so if you get half, you get to choose which models, my special guys, and then otherwise. So besides the special guy appearing, it's otherwise treated as a new unit. So this is a way to get around that, as far as I see it. You get to keep your big cool guy, you get to keep your champion, and you get your once per games back. Big. Read the green box in the right part. Oh, is it just because a replacement unit is treated as a completely new one? It could, for instance, use once per battle on its own. Hey, just to let you know. Nice. Understandably, monsters and war machines don't benefit from the guarded hero ability. These units are very conspicuous targets, even if they are surrounded by their fellows. Yeah, for sure. Student eye doctor here. Oh, Raven's Crime. Student eye doctor? What for? Is somebody getting their vision diagnosed? You get a crescent of vision fuzz. You've taken to calling it the bad moon. That's funny. I get kaleidoscopic is what I call it, or maybe stained glass, like shattered glass effect, you know? And it's generally in a blob or a place or a ring, and it's, you know, when you move around it changes as your eye moves. So at first I thought it was maybe retinal damage or something, but it turns out it's pretty common in the lead up to certain types of migraines. And I found that anecdotally they seem linked. But, you know, who knows? Anyway, it's not about me. Replacement units sound sick, though. All heroes that are not monsters or war machines have the guarded hero passive ability, okay? If this hero is within the combat range of a friendly unit that is not a hero. Subtract 1 from hit rolls for shooting attacks that target the hero. If the hero is infantry, they cannot be picked as a target of a shooting attack made by units more than 12 for them. Okay. So we simply can't be targeted. We're throwing some 40k into AOS. If you have some overpowered force multiplication god who happens to be infantry, you have to kill your opponent's 999 point blob to physically reach the hero and maybe shoot it. You just have to eat that. And 12 inches is more of a range than not, I guess. Unless you have specific sniper guys, yeah, unless there's a rule for that somewhere. And you have it. Yeah, 10 wounds is no longer literally worse than 9 in almost every way. That's good. Yeah, cav heroes are at -1 to hit, but they are trash. In this specific circumstance. Because infantry heroes are gods. You can't even see, you can't look at them. You cannot look upon them. If there's one rat next to a foot hero, and you're more than 12 away, they're not even on this plane of existence. They're a ghost. They're an idea, a thought. And you have to physically get to them. Boo. Next. Oh, here we go. Random characteristics. Way after when I was thinking it would be, but this is good. When using a random characteristic generated each time it is needed. When using random damage generated for each attack made. Some war scrolls show a random characteristic instead of a fixed value. These war scrolls are called bad and not fun. Am I right? When this is the case, the value of the characteristic generated by the commander of the unit in question each time an ability requires that. Okay, yeah, it's the same as the FAQ from before. In the case of random weapon characteristic, generate random attack characteristic for each model and attacking unit each time you declare an attack. Before you're choosing, right, generate random damage each time you inflict. Got it, got it. The effects of some abilities modify a characteristic or role. Unless stated otherwise, a characteristic or role cannot be modified to less than 1. We assume that. The exception is rend. Okay. If a character uses a random characteristic role, apply the characteristic modifiers after the characteristic has been generated. Yeah, alright, I figured that. You roll the thing and then you add stuff to it. That makes sense. If it's halved or would be modified to a value that is not a whole number, round it down to the nearest whole number. Oh, is this wait, characteristic? No? Okay, this is a change. Movement used to not round. Because it doesn't have to. We're using tape measures anyway. You can move 3.5 inches. You know, it's just right there, and you use a tape measure. But now, you do. Because movement is a characteristic. So if you halve a 7-inch move, it's a 3-inch move now in fourth. Unless it's going to tell me otherwise later. It's kind of a big deal. There's a lot of, or there's several halve move things around there. Modifiers that set a characteristic and then multiply or divide and then add to or subtract. This is just common sense, but it's nice that they laid it out. Odd numbered moves are just a bit worse. Yeah, when taking everything into consideration, there's some little parenthetical or asterisk that's like, if you're fighting anybody that has stuff, then odd move characteristics are quote-unquote bad. But a tiny amount. Here we have the Rattoling. Advanced ability rules. Unless stated otherwise, units using or picked as part of an ability must be on the battlefield. Sure. If an effect states that a unit can do something, its commander can choose whether to resolve that or not. Good. Using language that matters here. Can. If an effect says it must, then, well, you do that. If it's impossible, no part of the effect is applied, but the ability is still considered to have been used. Oh, it's still considered to be used even if you don't. Okay. Interesting. Sure. When this unit appears in ability text, most often on war scrolls, it means the unit that is using the ability. If an ability affects more than one unit, the player who used the ability can choose the order in which the units are affected by it. When resolving an effect, you need to roll a die for multiple affected units. Roll and resolve the effect for one unit before rolling. Okay. If an ability instructs you to pick more than one unit, each unit you pick must be a different unit, unless stated otherwise. Yeah. That's what we assumed, and then the old FAQ was like, nah, dude, you can do the other thing, and now we're going back to that. And we're picking the same guy 5 times, yeah. That was silly. So if it doesn't say different, it still means different, is how we can be thinking about this moving forward. Who is using the ability? Most abilities are found on war scrolls, but many appear elsewhere. Well, abilities on war scrolls are always used by the unit whose war scroll it is. Some abilities that do not appear on war scrolls will tell you explicitly to pick a unit to use the ability. In both cases, it should be clear which unit is using the ability, okay? Some abilities that do not appear on war scrolls, most commonly enhancements, are given a certain unit in such case. Sure. Abilities that neither appear on a war scroll nor tell you to pick a unit to use the ability are used by you, the player. You have the power. Finally, for the purpose of the rules in this section, when a rule refers to a player using an ability, this indicates abilities used by units in that player's army. Okay. So the language we're looking for, we're not looking for any of that other shit that I talked about before. We are looking for pick a unit to use this ability. That is what we are looking for. So all that other stuff, all that other stuff is a ruse. We don't care about any of that. We are caring about if an ability says pick a unit to use this. And if not, then it's used by you. Persisting effects. Some abilities have effects that are immediately resolved. Add one, count as effects are passive. Once per timings. The timing part of some abilities says once per phase, once per turn, or once per battle. If the ability is used by a unit, it can be used a maximum of one time in that phase, turn, or battle by each unit that can use that ability. Alright, here we go. If the ability is used by a player, it can be used a maximum of one time in that timing window by that player. So all that other stuff, we don't care. We are looking for some abilities that are used by units, say once per phase army, once per turn army, once per battle army. These abilities can be used a maximum of one time in that phase, turn, or battle, regardless of the number of units in the army that can use that ability. All of these are not fun. They don't want you to use more than one of any one model, I guess. Boo. Anti-fun, anti-combo, anti-freedom. Trash. But that's how a lot of them work. So now all we have to do to determine whether the doc thing works or not is look for the language. Pick a friendly Daughters of Cain infantry unit that is in combat to use this ability. The Daughters of Cain unit uses this ability. It uses it. And so we're not looking at anything else. We're looking at to use this ability. And so this isn't once per battle. This is once per battle per infantry you have in the whole army. And so this isn't actually kind of bad. Daughters of Cain is incredibly strong now. And also, it's written differently than the Stormcast one is. The Stormcast rule seems like it was written by someone on purpose to trick everyone into thinking that their rules are written in one way, but instead they're written in another. That's bizarre. Hey, alright. Without knowing that specific part of the core rules, it would have made no sense to think this at all. And yet this is how it works. Same with HeyWoah. We'll get to that in Ironjawz, I guess. Is it written in the same way? Maybe it was written very early on and they never changed it. But it was written better early on. This is way worse. Dude, if you don't read that paragraph in the core rules, that one, you would be wrong about how this works. Because it's the most unintuitive thing ever, right? Like, if you read the Stormcast one, and then you read this one, you're like, of course it wouldn't work, right? So yeah, I don't think this is written well at all. I mean, it explains itself in the core rules, but it's strange that it would give you two different ways of them being resolved. Weird. Very weird. Yeah, but the important part is we know. And my job is just to communicate what the case is to people, right? Anyway, that's once per timings. So the key thing for timings is figuring out who's using it. And everything else is obvious. If it says pick a thing to use this, then maximum freedom, right? Okay. Contradictory rules. If two or more rules contradict, if one of those rules states that something cannot do something, this takes precedence over rules that stated can or must do something, unless the second rule specifically overrides the restriction on the first. For example, while the normal move ability states you cannot move into combat, the fly specifies to ignore that. Okay. For example, while the normal move ability states you cannot move into combat, fly specifies to ignore the combat range of enemy. Okay. So can't beats can or must unless it is really specific about it. Isn't this the opposite of exception-based design? No, because what they're saying is the exceptions in our exception-based design are very specific, right? But they do override, you know. Accepting the above, the effect of the most recently used ability takes precedence. Yeah, if you can't figure it out, we added timestamps. The effects of passive abilities are considered to be applied more recently than the effects of others. Oh, neat. Okay, I wondered about that. The effects of the active player's passive abilities are considered to be applied more recently than opponent. So, if it's your turn, you win. The active player chooses in the order in which neutral are. Okay. Yeah, so if it's your turn, you win. Got it. For that stuff. End of turn. We read this one on stream yesterday. I'm not just blowing through it, but we did read it last time. Unfortunately, once you've gained control of an objective, it's yours forever until you lose it. Which means you can gain control of an objective and then just leave, and it keeps giving you points. So that has stuck around. We control stuff that we deploy onto. That was one of the good ones. At the start of the first battle round and the end of each turn, you figure out who controls what. Yeah, end of each turn. A player gains control of objective if the sum of control characteristics of friendly models contesting the matter is higher. Check if you gain control of the objective at the start of the first battle round and the end of each turn. Opponent remains until opponent gains control of it. Sure. Right. You determine control end of each end phase. Yeah, what you mean is the end, yeah, the end of turn step or phase or whatever they call it. At the end of each battle round, active player can use any end of battle round abilities. Not just end of turn. Cleanup step, yeah. Objectives stay under your control, but terrain doesn't. Advanced rules. Commands, terrain, magic, army composition, command models, battle tactics. Boo. These rules explain how you can earn command points to use powerful commands. Okay. If you're not using commands, ignore that. Yeah, sure, whatever. Build your own battle pack. Okay. Everything plus extra, just no battle tactics. Thanks. Literally a better game. Best game ever. Use actual everything plus more, just no battle tactics. Better game. Any ability with a command point cost is a command. Sure. Each player gains 4 command points at the start of each battle round. The underdog gains 5. Each unit can only use 1 command in each phase. Each command can only be used 1 time by each army each phase. You must pay the command point cost to use a command. Sure. Each unit can only use one command, but a unit could be affected by more than one command each phase. For instance, like, you can use 2 commands in one phase, right? As long as it wasn't one unit doing both. Alright, commands overview. And they're flushed down the toilet at the end of the battle round. Commands are used in a similar manner to any other ability, however, each unit can only use one command in each phase. Each command can only be used one time by each army in each phase, and you must spend a number of command. Yeah, okay. So we could use 2 different ones from 2 different units in the same phase if we wanted to. Hero phase commands. Rally. Pick a friendly unit that is not in combat. Make 6 rally rolls of d6. For each 4-up, you receive a rally point, and they can be spent to heal or resurrect a number of health on a 1-for-1 basis. Unspent rally points are lost, sure. Um, 3.0 movement phase commands, okay. Command section. Redeploy. Each model can move d6. It technically counts as a run. Important keyword note here. It can't be in combat, and it counts as a run and a move. Enemy magic phase costs 1. That unit can use a spell or prayer as if it were your hero phase. If you do so, subtract 1 from casting rolls or chanting rolls made. Okay. -1 to cast or chant. -1 to chanting is harsh. Yeah. Unless you're charging it up, right? Ahem. Reaction to declared a run ability at the double. So you're going to use a run in response at the double. It's just 6. Alright. You don't get to see the roll first. Boo. Shooting phase commands. Covering fire. Enemy shooting phase. Pick a friendly unit that is not in combat. Resolve shooting for that unit, but all the attacks must target the nearest visible enemy. And -1 to hit. Nearest visible enemy unit, okay. So it's kind of under your opponent's control what happens with that. Defensive commands, all out def. Charge phase commands, counter charge, pick a friendly unit that is not in combat. Unit can use charge if it were your charge phase. 2 command points. Damn. The one I want to use. So, the thing about this one is all of these are enemy charge phase, or enemy turn, right? All of the enemy turn ones. Those are going to happen after everything else has happened, right? Because it goes, opponent does everything they want to do, and then you do everything you want to do, right? So they're going to use all their abilities, and then they're going to move everything. And it becomes their charge phase. They're going to use their charge abilities. Then they're going to roll all their charges. And only when they're done with everything do you get to countercharge. So, either you positioned so that they can't kind of escape from it, or if you get to charge them on their turn, they kind of let you, right? Forward to victory, reroll charge. The unit is using this ability, so you can't countercharge and reroll it. You can't do that. So there will be no countercharge rerolling. We moved Unleash Hell to the shooting phase and just let you shoot whoever. But it has to be the nearest visible enemy and -1 to hit rolls. It's gonna end up being the unit that would have charged anyway, because that one's probably gonna be the closest. I guess you could play differently depending. Attacking, shooting, and combat commands. All at attack, we read that. All at defense. End of turn. Power through. Okay. This is the ability that I half listened to and half didn't listen to. And I'm gonna need to... I don't know what it does. People said it's like overwhelming charge, but... that's probably not true. And if any turn power through costs 1. Pick a friendly unit that charged this turn to use this ability. Then you must pick an enemy unit in combat with it to be the target. Okay, so first of all, the fight has to have not... and like you charged something and you failed to kill it. Now what do? Well, you power through. Target must have a lower health characteristic than the unit using this ability, because you have to have power, right? Effect. Inflict D3 mortal damage on the target. Then, the unit using the ability can move a distance up to its move characteristic. And... it can pass through and end that move within the combat ranges of enemy units that were in combat with it at the start, but not ones that weren't. It does not have to end in combat. Okay. I guess technically this is like overwhelming charge, but it's really not. The power of overwhelming charge is doing it before you fight, obviously. But yeah, this is a... you failed to kill something, but you get this super reposition and sort of fly when you're doing it. And you can even end outside of combat. You could potentially, if you're just absolutely lighting command points on fire, you could charge in the opponent's turn and then power through at the end of their turn, and then it's your turn. So if you are going bottom of the battle round and it's your opponent's turn, you pay 2 to countercharge them, fight, and then you power through, and then it's your turn, and your guy's just right there ready to charge again. You could do that. Oh, it doesn't fly over. Sorry, I read pass through. It passed through and end that move within the combat ranges of enemy units. But it can't trample over them or fly. Okay. Okay. Never mind. This sucks. Never mind. I thought this was good. I'm wrong. Yeah. It's trash. When I say it's trash, what I mean is, if your opponent is good, you won't be able to ever use it. But when you're using it, your opponent's going to be able to do whatever they want with it, and it's going to feel overpowered. That's what I mean. All they have to do is lock in one of your guys in between 2 of theirs, and you can't move out, right? That being said, you can always just die or kill them. Yeah, this is the free end of battle round ability, I think, Adcliffe. If there's something available. It's like, gee, my end of the battle round, it's gonna run out anyway. Well, might as well free retreat. Except instead of a retreat, it's like D3 mortal damage on them instead of you. All you gotta do is lock the fuck in. No, I'm mostly joking around. This is really strong, and people will be using it all the time. But good players will stop you from ever meaningfully doing it. What if that good player was you? Terrain. Wholly on terrain and behind terrain. A model is wholly on a terrain feature if its base is on the terrain feature and no part of it. Okay, yep. That sucks. When a unit is targeted by attack, if it is considered to be behind a terrain feature, if it's impossible to draw a straight line from a model in the attacking unit to a model in the defending that doesn't pass across the terrain feature. So to be behind, you gotta be full true line of sight behind. Ignore parts of the terrain feature within the attacking unit's combat range for the purposes of determining if the target is behind the terrain feature. Interesting. Good rule, I think. Good little addendum there. It protects your Stonehorn from the clapback if you whiffed? No, it doesn't. No way. This is end of the turn. So you charge in with your Stonehorn and you're swinging with attacks that hit on 4s and one of them hits, and you just whiff it and nothing happens. Your opponent then attacks you and you die. And then after combat, the gravestone where your Stonehorn used to be has the option of powering through, but he's dead, so it doesn't. Yeah, if it happened right after you attacked, it would save you from whiffing, but it's end of turn. The momentum, the corpse just continues to roll, and then it falls off the table. Universal terrain abilities, alright. The stone skeleton gets to move. Each terrain feature has one or more of the following passive abilities. Cover, subtract 1 from hit rolls. Unless the unit charged or has fly. So flyers cannot take cover. They can't land. They're not able to. Every flyer in the game doesn't... their legs are gone. They evolved to no longer need them. They're always actually flying. Impassable. Models cannot move across, be set up on, or end moves part of it. Obscuring. Cannot be targeted by shooting attacks if it is behind or wholly on this terrain. Unless it's flying, then it can't land, as we said. Although they deserve it. Flying is so overpowered, they deserve something, I guess. They deserve some sort of just fucking shoot them, right? Place of power. Heroes within 3 of this terrain feature can use activate place of power abilities. See below. Unstable. Models can move across it, but can't be set up on it. Oh. Any type of move on any part of this feature that is more than 1 tall. Okay. I think they're going to put unstable for actually everything. I think everything's going to be unstable. Like, if you can't put your model on top of it, it's probably going to be unstable, and I think that's probably good. Because denoting where you technically are with some dice or something is stupid. Actually punished for flying. We love balance. I mean, not real. Oh, we'll see. Just walk through it instead of the fucking door thing, yeah. Does that mean that abilities that grant cover don't affect flying creatures? Probably. Because cover is rules bold and it's a terrain ability. Subtract 1 from hit rolls for attacks that target a unit that is behind or wholly on this terrain feature. Unless that unit charged or has the fly keyword. So if... let's pretend there's a spell that says target friendly unit becomes in cover. Does it affect a flying unit? Honestly, maybe, maybe not. Seemingly no. But I wouldn't write that on an ability anyway. You know? Because it's talking about terrain feature in the rules text, and And so you probably don't want to reference terrain feature in the rules text of something that isn't terrain, you know what I mean? You probably just want to say whatever the thing is. This size of terrain is small, this is medium, this is big. Alright. Terrain types, obstacle, obscuring area, place of power, faction. Big model's much safer from shooting now with obscuring. Yeah. I mean, it used to just not affect monsters, so there's no way that it can't be worse, right? You'll still be able to draw a line of sight to it, I think, more often than you think. Because you just need to be able to draw a line of sight to any part that doesn't cross the terrain. But it used to do nothing, so... Activate Place of Power. Pick friendly hero within 3. Start of any turn. Roll a die on a 1. Inflict D3 mortal damage on the hero. 2 up. If that hero is a wizard or priest, add a 1 to the casting roll. If that hero is not a wizard or priest, they can use Unbind or Banish as if they had Wizard 1. This is where we're putting that. It's got to be a Place of Power. Start of any turn. Start of a turn is a phase, right? Technically. Yeah, start of turn is a phase. Okay. I was wondering because it's a core ability here. Faction terrain, some faction terrain, called faction terrain features. They're not units with the following exceptions. In the charge phase combat, they are treated as if they were. For blah blah blah, you can target them. They can be picked as targets. They're not affected by enemy abilities that do not involve picking targets. No AoE. If you're not picking targets, it doesn't hurt the faction terrain. So if it says like every enemy unit within blah, that might not work because you're not picking them as the target. Maybe. Charging units on terrain. In some cases, not possible to reach an enemy unit using a charge ability when they are wholly on a terrain feature, the top of a tower. Because the charging unit is unable to end their move midway up the terrain feature and there's not enough room for the models to be placed. In this case, the charging unit can end their charge within a half inch of the terrain feature instead. This would result in the charging unit ending their move in combat with any enemy units wholly on the terrain feature. Still has to be in combat, so within 3. So you can't have a terrain feature this big, and then one guy's over here, and you charge right here, and you're just, oh, I'm in combat, that was a successful charge. You still have to be within 3, it seems. Which is what in combat means. But I like that they're thinking ahead. This makes Wildwoods sometimes playable, with the trees in them. Alright, scenery pieces, don't care. Magique. Wizards can cast spells, priests can manage prayers. Each wizard can use a number of unbind abilities per phase equal to their power level. Each spell or prayer can only be used once. Wizard 2 could spell and banish. Alright, spells. Miscast. It fails. Its effects are not resolved. D3 mortal damage is inflicted to the wizard that used it, and the wizard cannot use any more spells that phase. Alright. If the unmodified casting roll includes 2 or more rolls of 1. 2 or more if you're rolling 3d6. The spell is miscast. The spell fails. The effect is not resolved. D3 mortal damage inflicted on the wizard. Wizard cannot use any spells that phase. Their dog dies. Their wife leaves them. Their car starts on fire. They are fired from their work. They lose their livelihood. Oh, you don't have to... Ooh, wait, this is huge. Hold on. I was just reading through this. Spell Prayer Banish. Could use one spell and one banish ability. If you're a wizard too, do you get 2 unbinds and 2 spells? Or do you have to split them? I thought you had to split them. Each wizard can use the unbind reaction a number of times per phase equal to their power level. This is an exception to the rules of 1. A friendly wizard within 30 casting a spell, you just unbind. Oh. I thought you had to make hard choices. And ooh, you're a wizard too? You get 1 cast, 1 unbind, and if you want to be risky, you can go 2 casts, and if you want to save, you can do a 2 unbind. No. You don't have to make any difficult decisions. You just do it all. Which is how it worked before. But I thought we were introducing some stuff. Alright, wizards are way better. Yeah, we got the full page now. Mystic Shield is a ward of 6 up. It is trash. Mystic Shield used to be +1 armor. It was arguably too good. But now it is trash. Good. Example spell, Mystic Shield. Might have to unbind the cast in your opponent's turn. Well, yeah. But that's just another of... That's a number of unbinds you just have. And then Resurrection. Wait a minute, Resurrection? Are they showing me Spearhead only rules here, chat? Mystic Shield and Resurrection are only in Spearhead? Or something? Oh, it's not Spearhead? Worse, it's Path to Glory? Oh. Why would you trick someone like that? You're tricking them into thinking that Path to Glory exists at all, and that these abilities exist. Do I have to go onto the store page and buy more ability milk? For a bunch of free spins at the wheel? These are not real. Okay, we ignore. Jealous mages and fickle gods. No more than 1 friendly wizard casts the same spell per turn unless the spell is unlimited. Likewise, no more than 1 friendly priest can chant the same prayer. Unless it has unlimited. Sure. Boo, actually, but fine. But Khorne hates sorcery. Even though wizards and priests draw upon very different sources of power in the lore, the former harnessing the modes of magic that permeate the realms, the latter calling upon the divine. Such nuances are lost in the average person in the realms. For rules purposes, the miraculous abilities of both wizards and priests are dealt with in the magic module. Oh, okay. This is just like... Technically, this is the magic module, but it has priests as well. Okay. What a waste of time. Magic is not sorcery. It's different. They can only use spells and prayers they know. Each wizard priest knows any spells or prayers on its war scroll, plus all of the ones that you take for your army. They just know all of them. You don't have to pick like one spell they know. They just know the lore. Good. Big. Good work. A lot of those silver bullet spells might ever end up getting used, I guess. It's kind of nice. Manifestations. These are endless spells, and they're just the same. They're treated as though they're units for purposes of movement, combat range, blah blah. They can charge, fight. If they have a move characteristic greater than 0 or dash, they can use core move. If the wizard or priest that summoned the manifestation is slain, the manifestation is removed. Oh, easy, okay. You simply shoot the wizard, and then the manifestation goes away. Alright, so it matters who summoned it then. That's something you gotta keep track of. They are treated as if they were units, for the purposes of movement, combat range, being in combat, and setting up units. But they are not units. They're treated as though for a bunch of stuff. And everybody can banish. Yeah, they don't contest. It's just for moving, combat range, and being in combat. Your hero phase, keywords banish. Pick a friendly wizard or priest, use his ability, pick a manifestation within 30. Banishment roll if it exceeds or equals. Is banished within 30. Importantly, no visibility required. Pick friendly wizard or priest, use the ability, pick a manifestation within 30 of them. It doesn't have to be visible, it seems. Army roster's rules will explain how to create an army roster. Points limit. Before you start filling out your roster, you and your opponent must agree on a points limit. Most players use a limit of 1,000 or 950, or 2,000 points, or 1950. Is this the most complicated edition of AOS? No. Arguably the simplest. With the exception of the original launch 4-page rules, Play-Doh and G.I. Joe's finger painting and kindergarten edition. Yeah, it was probably the most complicated, maybe second edition, I guess. But your definition of complicated could be, I mean, there's so many things, like, there's a lot of different types of complication. No more than half of your points can be spent on a single unit. Okay? Mega Gargants, literally unplayable for 1k unless they're not 500, unless they're like 499 or something. Underspending is a bad option. I think I disagree. You only get it in the first battle round, which is potentially the least likely battle round you're going to use stuff for, right? But you can convert that into something else, right? So for instance, you get one extra command point. Well, you could then spend that to prey on your opponent's turn and convert that command point into ritual points that you do get to keep from one thing to another, right? So it yeah, I still think it's probably worth it, but it'll depend, you know. $1K games don't exist. Spearhead exists now. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the types of AOS games you can play are Spearhead and 2000. Anyway, battle formations. Armies of Renown. We saw this. Yep, we read that before. The General. You must pick one hero. If any units in your army have the War Master keyword, you must pick one of those. And I thought then the War Master was a straight downside, but it's actually not, because you can give, supposedly, command traits to anybody. But no more double Jennies. And the War Master's regiment is possibly a big one that you can put other heroes in. Yeah, uniques cannot take enhancements, no fun allowed. You can reinforce. A reinforced unit has twice as many models, twice as many points. Unique units You cannot include the same unique unit more than once in your army. That's what it means to be unique, and it can't be reinforced. Regiments and renown. In addition to creating your own regiments, you can also spend points to include one regiment of renown. They are pre-built regiments, each with their own special abilities. The rules for them specify which factions can include it. A unit in a regiment of renown cannot be your general, even if it is a war master. That seems to be what allies are. Unless there's an ally section somewhere. You get regiments of renown. Good. Very good for the game. Auxiliary units allow you to take any units from your faction without the constraints of regiments, at the cost of potentially giving your opponent a massive advantage. You can add any number of units to your auxiliary unit section. However, the player with the fewest auxiliary units gets an extra command point at the start of the battle round. Each battle round. Damn, you get 5 command points over the course of the game if your army roster has no auxiliary units in it and your opponent does. That's you take 0 auxiliary, the end of story, period, exclamation point, period. It almost doesn't matter how good the augs is. You just don't do it. And then faction terrain features. Let's go. Finishing touches. Enhance a mall. Each set of faction rules include a number of enhancements can be given to units, heroic traits, which now can be given to anybody, not just your general. Big. Mount traits. The only hopium I have left, basically, for ogres is like mount traits and Frostlord, I guess. And artifacts of power. You can take 1 enhancement from each enhancement table in your faction rules. Each enhancement table lists which units are eligible. Uniques cannot be given. Yeah. Same unit can never have more than 1 enhancement of the same type, but they can have ones of different types. Big. And you can never include the same enhancement in your army more than once. Boo. Armies like cities and OBR will get a whole extra battle trait for each hero they take. Might sacrifice the command point for more heroes. Well, they wouldn't. I don't think I would consider it sacrificing a command point. You're giving one to your opponent, right? Is how I would look at it. You were never gonna get one really based on your choices. All you can do is give one away, and be prepared to accept one, I think. What if ogres became a war scroll army? Then I would have looked at war scrolls that had different stuff on them when I was looking over the faction rules. But sure, I mean that would be fine. But I looked at some of the war scrolls already, and they ain't the war scroll army. That's for sure. But HeyWoah, consider if they know auxiliaries are bad and use that to balance a faction by making all their regiments bad. True, yeah. I can't wait. What do you mean war scroll army? What they mean by a war scroll army is a faction where you look at their, like, you know, their army rules, battle traits. You can use this once a game, you know, what your army rules. All those are trash. Just trash, right? And then you look at your spells, and your spells are terrible. And you look at your artifacts and command traits and sub-faction bonuses, and they're just terrible. But all your war scrolls for your units are, like, overpowered. All of them are flying and fast and do a shitload of damage and have great saves and wards and everything. They're the best at everything. That's like a war scroll army. And so this is a type of army that you could make if you're trying to balance things, where all your war scrolls are literally overpowered, but essentially all of your rules are terrible, and this is the balance of it. The opposite of this would be old Khorne, where all your war scrolls are terrible, but you have so many buffs and so many zones and extra attack from this, extra attack from this, extra attack from this, bonus damage from this, blah 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 blah, right? That you build your shit ass sponge troops up to being actually good once you do all that stuff, right? And so this is like old Khorne used to be like that. Daughters of Cain was like that, except their war scrolls did not start out bad. They actually started out okay, and then they got way better. Seraphon for a little while were kind of like that. Not with stacking buffs, but just having the most overpowered army rolls ever, that even war scrolls that were terrible could still win a lot. Anyway, so like it's an option. You could choose to turn the balance knob in that way if you wanted to. And a little bit of that is probably fine. I don't know that I would go all or nothing. Like an army of Gotreks, where you have 2,000 points of only Gotreks and then like 0 abilities. That might get old to play, you know. But you could, I suppose you could do it. How's your head? Not good. But don't worry about it. Also, I'll stop by, give you your Kragnos back. I still have it on my table over here. I'll stop by over the weekend or something. I'll leave the log cabin wizard tower, and when I open the door, it'll sound like cracking the vacuum seal on like a spaceship decompression chamber. And then I'll walk outside. Sounds like sizzling bacon outside. Ugh. Alright, maybe I'll go at night instead of the daytime. Is that the OS core book? It is. You can find it in my Discord under Giga, and probably a lot of other places as well, I bet. Anyway, pick a spell lore. If you do all wizards in your army, know all the spells from the lore. Cool. Just a great change. Just a nice change. Same with the priest one. And then everybody gets manifestations for free. Hell yeah. I wonder how that's going to turn out. It probably sounded like I was being sarcastic, but I'm actually wondering how that's going to turn out. Add auxiliary and faction terrain. Add enhancements. Got all our weapons here. Pickalores. Let go. Agree on a points limit. 1,000 points? No. 2,000 points? Yeah. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. One to 5 regiments per army. Must pick one hero to be your general, okay? Each regiment has blah, 1 hero, 0 to 3 non-hero, 0 to 4 hero, reinforced double points. And then if it's your general, you can have 4. Sure. If a unit had champion 110 on its keywords bar, then one model in the unit could be a champion for every 10 models in the unit. Unless it's a return destroyed unit. Then you can have a champion that's supposed to be in 1 of 10, but it's 1 of 5. Because it explicitly breaks that rule. But that sounds like fun to me, so I'm not complaining. Add 1 tax character as a weapon used by champions in this unit. Champions cannot receive most special weapons, which I think is a bad change. Most people had already modeled the special weapon onto their champions. I think it's dumb to force all that not to matter for 1 piddly extra attack. Kind of stupid. Don't like it. I mean, we're not doing what you see is what you get anyway. But it sucks when you pull the rug out in any case. And you've already modeled it that way. I don't know, it's annoying. One of the worst changes a 4th. Because it fucks with people's previously complete hobby, which is annoying. Can you have more than one squad leader in reinforced squads? I don't see why not. If it's 1 in 10, then that seems to imply it's 2 in 20. I would think. Unless it says otherwise in this paragraph here. If there's a number after the champion keyword, that number indicates the proportion of models there can be champion. In any other case, one model in the unit can be a champion. Okay, so there's two possibilities. One, if it says champion 1 in 10, then you can have 1 if you have 10, and you can have 2 if you have 20. If it doesn't have the parenthetical and just says champion, then you only get 1. So, can you have more than one champion? Well, it depends on how it prints it at the bottom of the page. Musician, you get to make 1 additional rally roll. Yeah, I don't think we've seen one scroll that has multiple championing. I don't recall either. But, let's see. Standard bearers. Add 1 to unit's control score. Okay. Battle tactics. Battle tactics are picked during using the tactical gambit ability at the start of your turn. Are completed at the end of your turn. Each battle tactic is worth 4 victory points. That's a lot. That's a lot of points. Once per battle round, start of your turn. You can use this ability if you went second in the previous battle round and chose to go first in this one. Yep. Pick 1 battle tactic that you have not yet attempted. You can attempt to complete it this turn. At the end of turn, if you did, you get 4 points. If you took a double turn, you can't do this. And the most points you can score for that turn is 6 instead of 10. Which is bad. But you just probably did a shitload of damage, which is good. But games are won on points, not damage. Bad. But now you're the underdog, and so you get a bonus. Good. I don't know. I feel like you still never take a double unless it's going to win you the game, probably. But we'll see. We'll see how it works out. Universal battle tactics. Okay, it's time to read these because the ones we read for destruction were trash. Do not waver. You complete this battle tactic if 2 or more friendly units fought this turn and no friendly units were destroyed. Cool. Okay, that's doable. Slay the entourage. Pick a unit in the enemy general's regiment. You complete this if you destroyed it. Okay, so just pick a unit and destroy it. Sure. Attack on 2 fronts. You complete this battle tactic in turn if you control 2 or more objectives that you did not control at the start of your turn, and at least 1 was controlled by your opponent. Okay. Take their land. No, my lands. Pick terrain feature wholly or partially within enemy territory and wholly outside of friendly. You complete this battle tactic if you control that terrain feature at the end. Okay. Complete this tactic. 2 or more friendly units are within 3 of the center. These are like generic. We probably won't be using them for GHB season or whatever, but they seem all pretty easy. We're keeping the core rules ones pretty easy. So we had a chat about how realistic it is to not have auxiliary units? No, because we don't know what is and isn't. Could be anything. Auxiliary units could be a collection of only your best guys that you can't not take, and you just have to eat it, you know. It could be great for some armies and bad for others, and so winners and losers are chose based on what counts as auxiliary. It could be that things are auxiliary unless they're in your general's thing, and then the general's thing matters. It could be a whole lot of stuff. We just don't know yet. We could opine about how shit or cool it would be if any of those were the case, but that's, you know, not sure. I mean, you can of course imagine, right? You can imagine a world, and it's not hard because it's usually the world where their army, all their best units, fit everywhere easily. No auxiliary. Pick any hero you want, goes in anything, don't worry about it. Your army, all the best units auxiliary only, can't use it in anything, forced to take trash like tax, you know, you can just imagine some bad, you know, way it shakes out. And then the only auxiliary in their army is like a unit no one wants to take anyway, so it doesn't matter. Like, you could invent a way to get pre-mad about it, I suppose, but we haven't looked at the faction focuses yet, no. I'm almost done with the core rules. Core rules will give us more context for making decisions about the faction foci, in my opinion. Anyway, Spearhead. People tell me it's fun. I think I believe them. Path to Ignori. The actual game. Alright. Nice. It seems like they haven't... So is Path to Glory just the de facto narrative choice? I guess? As far as, like, ways to play the game? There's... If you're a new player getting into it, it's Spearhead. If you're a narrative player, all you have is Path to Glory or shit that you make up. And if you play the game, it's matched play. Is that kind of what we're at? And then make sure to buy the $175 General's Handbook that contains 4 pages of rules in it, or whatever, every 6 months. What if Path to Glory was fun? Geez, I don't know. What if Games Workshop models were free? What if, I don't know. What if you didn't have to work? What if to feed the fox's children, he didn't have to kill the rabbit's father, right? In nature, you know? There's all sorts of stuff that, you know, if the world was different, the world would be different, you know? Anyway, Battle Tactics, Spearhead, Fire and Jade, Path to Glory Ascension, Match Play First Blood. And then we got a bunch of this crap. Citadel Terrain List. Border War. Looks like a lot of the defender and attacker territories are just a straight line. That's kind of good. We're finally doing that. That's good. They don't have to be a straight line straight through. You can do an angle. You can do a diagonal. We're just... I mean, we're using like a red line, right? So it can be any angle you want. Just never make staircases, right? Still terrain list. Here's your buy list. Gloss Airy. Oh, there he is. The Scriptor Mortis. The fucking dude. What if scorpions didn't sting the toad? Yeah. What if bear came through the door? These don't matter, they're core, we're only playing GHB plans. You are correct. How do you feel about triangles? No. Only one line, straight line. Has anyone ever seen the scriptor on a table? Yeah, but it was for a painting competition. But the painting competition did have a table. Anyway, very interesting. That is the core rules. We've learned a lot, and things have changed about how we felt about some other abilities, most notably the Daughters of Cain one, that worked in a way that no one could possibly have guessed unless they had read the rule in the core rules early. But we know it works that way now with full context. And so maybe other stuff works that way too. I need to go back and look. Yeah, war has changed. Because there's other abilities that are basically almost exactly the same, but aren't written like that for some reason, like the Stormcast one. Super weird. It's almost like they were tricking us on purpose. Anyway, it's time to talk about all of the faction focuses with a renewed vigor. Also, Daughters of Cain goes up a bunch of spaces on the excitement tier list now that we know how its ability works. Daughters of Cain, much more fun. You get to double pile in all your guys once a game. Every single unit on the table that's infantry gets the double pile in. Now, it's still not the best because they're a glass cannon, but if they don't wipe you out to a man, you always get to attack twice, which is kind of cool. Kind of nice with it. No other battle traits benefited from that change. Okay, well, so we don't need to change anything then. Good. Besides just that. Wipe out a unit and then get a free 3-inch move. True. Actually true. Anyway, I'm going to be right back. Take some migraine med. Have a hot chip or two. And then we will do some all 4 faction focuses. This is going to be a longer BRB, maybe 2 minutes or something. So get up and stretch your legs. BRB. Yo. Alright. Apologies for the delay. I can't be having a light on right now. And I can't be wearing a hat. We're getting punished HeyWoah at this moment. And we're going in reverse order today. Mostly because this is what was on the screen at the time. Blades of Khorne. Big. I won't be reading all of it. Because I can't see very well. But, we'll get to the battle trait section. Sorry, we won't be doing the, won't be doing the flavor text. Apologies. I did it for everybody else. But, yeah, haunted HeyWoah. The Blood Tithe. Start the battle with 0 Blood Tithe points. Earn 1 each time a unit, friend, or enemy is destroyed. We kept it. Khorne cares not from whence the blood flows, after all. And so that makes sense. And then it looks like every ability here is Blood Tithe, and if you have not used Blood Tithe. Oh, so alright, we're doing it kind of like a lot of other people have been doing it. This one costs 8, this one costs 6, this one costs 4. We're doing it in what phase the thing happens in. No, we're not. This is a hero phase thing. Okay, so we're just whatever. We're doing it in whatever order, I guess. Anvil Fund donation. Thanks, Steely, for the $5 on YouTube. I appreciate it. Reaction: opponent declared a spell. We still have Spell Eater Curse, and it's simply unbound. And it costs 2. We kept it. Big. Unlimited range. No visibility. Fun. So you can do 1 on your turn, 1 on your opponent's turn. If your opponent happens to use a spell on your turn, which they probably won't be. You know, spend a command point to cast a spell that your Khorne opponent is going to just unbind. Although maybe not. It does make them use their unbind and then they can't use a different thing. So maybe it's a tactical thing. Okay. They kept, what is this? Slaughter Triumphant. Spend 8 Blood Tithe points. I probably won't. Any movement phase. Pick one of the following effects. Add 1 to the attack characteristic of melee weapons used by friendly Blades of Khorne units for the rest of the battle. Rest of the battle is sick. It's how it worked before. Why not just do this Monday? Because I took something for it, and I have mitigating effects. And also I'm interested in it. And it'd be a short show. Can't have that. The show must go on. If it changes so that I can't actually read instead of it just being hard to read, then, you know, fuck it. You gotta, at a certain point. But bring friendly non-unique Bloodthirster that has been destroyed and set up an identical replacement. Oh, sick. You can get a Bloodthirster back. That's cool. If Bloodthirsters are cool, then that's cool. But it's still super expensive. I'd probably just go for the +1 attacks army-wide. But who knows? We will see later. You thought there was no summoning? There's no summoning, but there is replacement. And this would be replacing one that has been destroyed. There's actually a shitload of replacement. There's a lot of replacement. There's just no true summoning. But there is a lot of replacement stuff. Murder Lust. You can only use this ability if you have not used, pick friendly Blades of Khorne that is not in combat. Move 3. Blood Tithe move. So the keyword here is move, which is a core. Well, okay, I guess it's not a core. Move is a core, but it doesn't say core. So can I move and then Murderlust? I don't think so, because it says move here. I've already used a move. This is just for opponent turn. Move is a core, but move is a category. I guess my question is, and I could look at the core rules. You can use this and the move ability. I think so. I think you're right. It's only one guy, right? It's not 3. And it's only 3 instead of more than 3. I think it used to be more than 3. Yeah, I think you can... I mean, who doesn't want an extra 3 inches every move phase? Especially on your opponent's turn. Moving into combat is super strong. But it being 3 means your opponent kind of has to be asking for it for that to happen. So, okay. Because remember, your abilities happen after theirs. So your opponent is going to be able to finish all of their moves, and then you get to do this move. So, if you get them with a move into combat, they had every opportunity in the world not to have that happen if they really didn't want it to happen. Ahem. 3 inches is massive, am I right, guys? Yeah, good meme. Any hero phase. Brass Skull Meteor, the thing no one ever used ever. Spend 4 to roll 8 dice, and for each 3 inflict 1 mortal damage on the target. Nah. Nah, probably won't be. If you're hot dogging in a game that you've clearly won or clearly lost, maybe. But that's probably it. You know, 1 in a million. You can always you can invent a situation where it could be used, but in general not really. Heads must roll. Any combat phase. 6. +1 rend. Oh, just army wide? Okay, that's good. So 8 for +1 attacks, army wide for the rest of the whole game. 6 for +1 rend, army wide, but only in 1 turn. 4 for 5 mortal wounds, which is a lot of mortal wounds, I guess, nowadays. Murderlust, which is the default choice always, unless Spell Eater Curse, which is also really good. And are we doing the subfaction thing for Khorne? Is it going to follow the convention that everybody else has done, which is you can use one of your, only if you haven't used this, you know, you can use one of those every turn? That would be weird in Khorne because you got to earn points as well. So that's probably, I don't think they should do that. I don't know if they've done that or not. Usually just save up for a replacement bloodthirster. In my limited experience with Khorne, you usually auto unbind linchpin spells that have strategies built around them working, or you Murderlust. And that's like 90%. The other 10% is 1 in a million, like, kind of random. Wouldn't it be neat if I could Skull Meteor on this one turn, you know? Moving forward, I don't know. I don't know if Bloodthirsters are good. With the Spell Eater Curse, yeah, okay, whatever. Once per turn, army. Khorne to Legion. Reaction, you declared a fight ability for a friendly Blade of Khorne demon unit. Bingo. Used by... Oh, is this the, what is it? Halo of Blood or Council of Blood old battle? What is it? I can't remember the name of the thing. The old, War Scroll Battalion, that's it. It took a little longer to think of that. Yeah, War Scroll Battalion, remember Council of Blood or whatever, when you had different Bloodthirsters and one of them had Strike First and they could all chain along and do that? Pick a friendly Bloodbound unit that has not used a fight ability within 12, and they can be picked to fight immediately after the other one. Okay. That's good. As we just read in the core rules, I don't think you can fight in the fights first phase with that. So all that stuff becomes much less good, but activating twice in a row is good, you know. Smashing and bashing, which is the iconic Ironjawz ability they've had forever, and conceivably now don't, is a strong ability. Or the thing the Lumineth have, except with no strings attached. Just get it for free. Other demonic hosts prefer to battle without mortals. Gaining resilience to damage by shedding blood to warp reality itself. To battle without mortals, what do you mean? Because this one's demon only, so this one's without mortals. Mortal armies are... Oh, I see. So there's one other one for pure demons. Shedding blood to warp reality itself. What can you mean by that? This one is demon plus mortal. Khorne demon. Oh, you mean Bloodbound is the keyword for mortals. Okay. I forgot that. I thought Bloodbound was just a keyword they invented for this. I see. So the demon leads and the people follow, and this is the mixture one. Then there's a pure demon one. Gaining resilience to damage, maybe a ward, I don't know. By spending blood tithe probably, or something. Mortal armies are more concerned with taking territory and displaying dominance than their supernatural allies. While an earth-shaking stampede of juggernauts. Still the fucking juggernaut thing. Look, Brass Stampede is cool. It's just I wasn't prepared for it because they said they weren't gonna do that anymore. Right? They're like, we're not gonna have sub-factions be just buy 7 of the same unit, you know? And then here they are. Anyway, good work. Khorne hates sorcery. Judgments of Khorne. Your hero face summon Hex Gorgeous Skulls on a 4. Okay, 50-50. Gotta build up to it, I guess. What do they do? What? So they're like, you can summon Hex Gorgeous Skulls. Yeah, I fucking figured. Why don't they tell you what that does? Is there like, I was looking for like a 404 error down here. Is there a missing WebM? Or JPEG? Or PNG? This tells me nothing. This is a waste of space. This is worse than almost, well, it's not worse than Kragnos and the Ogre thing, because at least judgments are Khorne units. What is this? Yo, intern who wrote the article had to do clocks ticking on that Elden Ring. He had to get that DLC. What does it do? I don't know. Probably unbinds or something. Hey, alright. I mean, they look cool. Alright, well, our Bloodthirster's the shit. 16 health, that's a lot of health now. That's double 8, which is the funny number. 12-inch flying. Imagine. 4-up save, 5 control. Ooh, 5-up award? I thought those were illegal. Please enjoy. Finally, it's almost feeling like this is some kind of greater demon for fucking once. 5-up ward, 4-up save, 12 flying, 16 wounds, 5 control. Big axe. I see a 5 in the attacks characteristic, and I see a 5 in the damage characteristic. That's how you do it. Big demon. 3s and 2s could be 2s and 2s, Ren 2 or 3, anti-infantry 5 dam. The swanger. Just swanging that thing. Outrageous carnage. Each time an attack made by this unit scores a crit. Oh, it still has the insensate rage thing. D3 mortal damage each enemy unit within 8 of it, after the fight ability has been resolved. Each time. It kept the murder, the blood explosion. The splatter maxer. Dude, you love to see it. Once per turn army any charge phase. Rampage. If it charged, roll a d3, 2-up, inflict amount of mortal damage equal to the roll. If the target is infantry, straight 3. Oh. Okay. Damn, they're copying off some homework here. Additional 3. Additional 3. Hey, alright. The spirit of what was once a Stonehorn is orbiting around this guy. With the impact hits, 5-up ward. Yeah, nice. Dude, Bloodthirsters are sweet. This is at like, hold up. Alright, just real quick. At this exact moment, we have a new first place. Next. Bloodlettas. 2 health, 5-up save, 5-inch move, Hellblade. 2, 3, 3, 1, 1 crit mortal. Alright, we kept our crit mortals, and now we have 2 attacks instead of 1. I think they still, had 1 attack. From early 1st edition when that shit was good. 3-inch combat on these dudes. Musician, standard bearer, ward 6, also a champion. They were 2 before, okay. The Thinning Veil. If this unit is in combat, you can return D3 to it. Cool. Good rule. Nice writing. Yeah, they're just little murder bombs that throw mortal wounds at people. Nice. Nice. Hey, good work. I wish they looked better, but good work. A lot of this is going to come down to points, but I'm looking at these war scrolls, and these war scrolls are good. Which means if the points are wrong, you can fix them with points. If the war scroll sucks, you kind of can't fix it with points, right? Karnak. Oh, the fucking dog. Okay. Unique Hero Beast Ward 6. Not War Master, as a callback to when people used to run this guy as the general all the time. Not a War Master. 5-up save, 7 health, 8-inch move, 2 control. Some attacks, anti-hero. Why is this? What does he do? Pick an enemy hero to be this unit's quarry. See Stalk the Prey. You can pick a hero in reserve. Okay, so there's some hero you're stalking. Enemy move phase. If this unit's quarry moved this phase, this unit can move 8. So at the end of the enemy move phase, if your quarry moved, you get to move 8 anywhere. But it has to end up closer, I guess. It's not anywhere. That's sick. That's fun. Dude, fun. First of the pack. Passive. Well, this unit is wholly within 12 of a friendly Fleshhound unit. Add 2 to the charge rolls for this unit. In addition, while any friendly Fleshhound units are wholly within 12 of this unit, they can ignore the effects of the Beast ability. They blamed the Beast. Okay, so they lose the worst ability in the game, which is the Beast keyword. Alright, listen here. Okay, this... Hear me out. Stalk the Prey is one of the coolest and most fun abilities ever. However, Karnak doesn't do anything. So I think he fucking sucks. But he's got a really cool fun rule. If he's very cheap, I would take him for the movement alone. He doesn't unbind like he used to, which is a bit sad, because I recall that he used to. Khorne cares not from whence the blood flows. True the Burglar. Thanks for the $2 on YouTube. I appreciate it. Alright. This guy sucks, but he's got a really good ability. That's also fun. Make Quarry a weak support hero. Weak support heroes are surrounded by massive regiments of troops, but maybe not eventually. Maybe not late game or something. Blood Warrior. Oh, okay. Blood Warriors. Here we go. 2 health, 3 up save. Oh. We Slaves to Darkness now. I mean, they put all the models next to each other and they're like, these motherfuckers have a 3 up save. They just do. Look at them. Right? Makes sense. 5 move, 1 control, 2 3 up save. No respite. No respite. You still got your 5 up Murdo rolls. No Gore Fist that reflects mortal wounds. I mean, Ogres lost that too, so we can imagine that there won't be any. Although actually we can't. Ogres have lost stuff that plenty of other people have kept and also got. So maybe that's a poor example, but... Oh, Doc. Yeah, Doc keep them, but that doesn't count because it's an Order army. They get everything. Not really feeling Blood Warriors. You might notice that they have 3 attacks, 4s and 3s, 1/1, and that's essentially a shitty combat profile. But they have a 3 up save. They come in a unit of 10, I guess. And that unit of 10 has... what? 6 mortal wounds just hiding in it? All these guys can attack at 3-inch range. They're just whipping. And when you kill them, you're punished. And their armor is pretty good, so they only die to mortal wounds, just about. I don't know, it's a shitload of attacks. Like, base 3 is pretty decent. I want to see what kind of juice we can juice them up with. As a basic unit, I think I'm okay with it. Spearhead. Mighty Skull Crunchers. Here it is. 5 health. They kept the 2 up save. Dude, the demigod of my Grand Alliance didn't keep his 2-up save. Mighty Skull Crushers ain't no thing. He's hoofing it. 8-inch move, nice. Blood Glaive. 3 attacks, 3s and 3s, 1/1. Damage on the charge is 2 now. They used to do literally 0 damage. Now at least they have 2 damage on the charge, which is something. And their companions' brazen hooves are better than most horses' attacks. If this unit charged, pick an enemy within 1 on a 2-up, inflict 1 mortal damage. What, for each? For each unit in this model? For each model in the unit, you mean? No, just 1? Okay. Yeah, they're like Arm & Hammer. Baking soda. These guys are anvil with just a touch of hammer. Oh, it's a spearhead ability, you're right. Yeah, they wouldn't... Yeah, it's a spearhead, I forgot. No, Mighty Skull Crusher is looking kind of nice, though. 5 health, 2-up save, 8-inch move. Cav with 2 damage on the charge with horsey attacks and impact hits. Brass Stampede might be stonks, actually. Khorne, most exciting faction we've read so far. The only thing is... What? Like... They didn't delete Murderlust from the game like a bunch of people wanted them to. But having it be only 1 unit and only 3 inches is kind of like... Yeah, if you get hit by it, you kind of asked for it. Fine. This is a good... Ending it on a good note. At least for what they tried to do with theirs. Murderlust has a move keyword, so you can't move in Murderlust. It doesn't have the core, so I think maybe you can. If it said core move, then you couldn't use it. But it doesn't, it just said move. I think that's how it works. And regardless, you can use it on your opponent's turn as well. You can even run in Murderlust, yeah. Alright, that's sick. We are hype. The Khorne labs are open, gentlemen. That's fucking great. Slaves to dankness. Back to back. Back to back power. I get the impression I've looked at... Have I looked at Slaves to Darkness? I think I have. I think I've seen this before. Yeah. This isn't... Slaves to Darkness isn't all new to me. I've seen this before. Some of it. People talking about it. Daves to Slarkness, yeah. We kept Eye of the Gods. Each friendly Slaves to Darkness unit that destroyed an enemy unit this turn is a target. Friendly beasts and non-hero monsters cannot be targeted by this ability. Beasts stay losing, worst keyword in the game. Make a reward roll of d6 for each target and apply the corresponding effect. You can re-roll the reward for the target, but if you do and you roll 1, it's d3 mortal damage. So baked into it, you get to re-roll every time. Just, you can freely re-roll these. That's sick. We're gambling. Snub by the Gods has no effect. It doesn't turn you into a spawn. That was dumb. Heal is good. Add 1 to hit rolls for the target's combat attacks for the rest of the game is good. Ward 6 is okay, but if you already have a Ward 6, it gives you a Ward 5. That's great. You don't even have to target a terrain feature for that. Slaughterers might add 1 to Rend forever. Great. And all these stack. They can apply multiple times. And number 6 is pick 1. The only sad thing is you can't turn someone into a a Demon Prince anymore, which is a big loss. It was one of the coolest ideas for a rule. And had they only made Demon Prince not the actual worst piece of crap ever, it would have been cool. So I guess you're not really losing anything by no longer having it, because nobody did that before because it was so shit anyway. So if Demon Prince is allowed to be good now, I think most Slaves to Darkness players would take that trade in a second. Hey, I get a trade opportunity for you. I take becoming a Demon Prince off of the Eye of the Gods table, but you get a Demon Prince who isn't shit. Probably take it, you know? How come the other Chaos Gods can't use Demon Princes? They used to be able to. In fact, they still can now, slightly before 4th edition. They just don't want to because the thing's so bad. Anyway, Eye of the Gods is awesome. You get to reroll. That's sick. They stack, so like fun allowed, fun detected. Combos are fine. We're not terrified of Johnnies and stuff. They're making the fun choices here in places that I wish they would have made the fun choices in other stuff. But beggars can't be choosers, I guess. Marks of Chaos. We kept those. When do you do these? Probably in Army roster. Okay. Undivided, add 1 rune rolls for target against heroes and monsters. It's okay. Khorne, add 1 tax characteristic if you charged. Great. Oh, they kept it. Big. Awesome. Khorne mark. Great. Set it and forget it. It just works. Just get the charge. Tzeentch, unit has a ward of 4 up. What? Against mortal damage. Oh. Wait, I thought you can't do that anymore, because you have to combine the buckets. Inflicted by spell abilities, and abilities you... Oh, it's even worse. Oh. Alright. Tzeentch ability is Garbaggio. Absolute dumpster. The city dump. It is a garbage can. Nurgle, subtract 1 from wound rolls for combat attacks to target unit. Excellent. Wonderful. Great. Slaanesh, add 1 to run rolls and charge rolls. Meh. Maybe good if you get a bunch of other random stuff, which you may or may not get. I'm not sure. Meh. Maybe good if you get run and charge. Booty Euro, thanks to the big prime for 12 months. I appreciate it. HeyWoah, when ability says once per phase, at one point in the phase can you use the ability, and would your opponent, if it's their turn, get to do stuff first? Yeah, so whoever's turn it is gets to go top to bottom through all the stuff they want to do. And when they're completely finished, only then can, when it's not your turn, your non-active player, then you get to do all your stuff. If that makes sense. The one exception is the combat phase. That basically happens, and then fighting happens after both people have done their thing. So it's essentially a giant dump. You got a 2-gallon bucket from Ace Hardware, and it's filled with all your abilities for a phase. And if you're the active player, you just dump it out and they all work. The only thing that could interrupt that is reactions, but those are special. And then once all of yours are done, and you essentially, it's like in Magic, you pass priority to move to the next, you're done. Then non-active player dumps out all of their abilities, and maybe reactions happen or whatever. And then you move on. Anyway, good question. Will Archeon let you pick 2 marks or just have all 5? I don't know. Whatever they do with Archeon, I'm pleading for them to make him fun. Because he should be fun. And in general, he has not been. Anyway, Nurgle, it's combat attacks only. Doesn't matter. Shooting seems terrible this edition, so whatever. It's excellent. Looks like for the Marks of Chaos, we have Khorne, awesome. Nurgle, awesome. Undivided, okay. Tzeentch, trash. Slaanesh, probably trash. I wonder who they're gonna show. Oh yeah, of course, it's probably Archaon, right? I mean, they showed Kragnos, they showed Nagash. So, yeah, I guess I just have to scroll down. Ironclad Onslaught. Like Chaos, pick an objective that is contested by friendly units to be the target. Everything. Uniques get to roll too, yeah. Wait, what? Friendly beast or non-hero monsters can't. Oh, but uniques can.
Pop. Yeah.
Oh. Fun detected and allowed again. Who the fuck was allowed to write this? Get him on everybody else's books. Jesus. Get him on the core rules. Give this guy a raise. Who was working on slaves? They like the army. Ironclad Onslaught. Place a defiled token next to target objective. Then roll a d3 for each enemy unit contesting an objective that has a defiled token. On a 2-up, inflict mortal. So you put a defiled token, and then all of them pulse. Once per turn, end of your turn. So you just put them all over, and the objectives are just pulsing. That's great. This is how you write the Everwinter build, you stupid bitch. Damn. Just have it target an objective, which is where everyone wants to be, which is what you want to fight over. This is great. I don't need the... Do I need to see anything else? I will. S tier. Possibly even ahead of Khorne, I have to think about it. Very hype. It's fun. Like, Ironclad Onslaught could have been putting a token next to terrain, and then this ability would suck and be not fun. But it's objective instead. They were thinking. Alright. Lore of the Darned. Oh, you kept demonic speed, sure. 36 charges on a 7. No longer cavalry only, it's anyone in the army? Anyone in the army gets 36 charge. Holy shit. Oh, that actually, like, that fixes the army, right? Like, Jesus. That's so good. That's so good. S tier. For fun. Eye of the Gods, S tier. Mark of God, Mark of Chaos. Honestly, S tier, even though half of them are bad. Ironclad Onslaught, A. Demonic Speed, S. Oh, it's Be'lakor, it's not Archaon. Is Archaon... No, okay, we're getting Be'lakor then, okay. 14 health, 14 flying move, 4-up save, ethereal, 10 control. Big controller. 8 attacks, 3s and 3s, 2/2 crit auto wound, 2 attacks, 2s and 2s, 2/2 charge plus 1 damage. Okay. He kind of swings around. Shadow form, yeah, ethereal. 6-up ward, double whizzy, flying, always undivided. Apparently can just roll on Eye of the Gods. Let's go. And so if you roll like what, a 4 or something, this becomes a 5 up ward immediately. Once per turn army, deadly trap. Pick this unit and up to 2 friendly Slav to Darkness units within this combat range to be the targets. So you need 2 other slaves units in the combat range of this guy. Probably not. Roll dice for each on a 4 up to get strikes first. Oh, your enemy combat phase. Oh yeah, that's fine. Like it's yourself plus whoever in enemy combat phase to strike first and fucking get them. Pick this unit and up to 2 friendly. Nice. They charge you and you just kill them. Awesome. That's sick. That's great. Once per battle, enemy hero phase, Dark Master ability. Visible enemy unit. Until the start of your next turn, each of the target pick to use an ability roll die on a 3 up. No effect. Yeah. And everything's ability now. So you're going to roll this a lot. You're going to roll this shit a lot. The huge downside to the Dark Master is it's visible. It's no longer board wide where you can just choose whatever. So there is like, there's the possibility for maybe some counterplay obscuring thing. Maybe. And it has to be their hero phase. Which is what it used to be. Fight's an ability. Yeah, it used to affect fight. Yeah, I know. This used to affect fight. It just now affects a bunch of other stuff also. What it doesn't affect is their hero phase. Like their spellcasting or something, unless they get a double turn, right? But it's double turn insurance as well, because it's until the start of your next turn. Yeah, he's great. And then also, Enfeeble Foe for 6. Pick a visible within 18, good range. -1 from hit rolls. And cannot score crits. Sure, okay. If you cast this on me, my Stonehorn's hitting on 5s and does 0 damage. And then spaghetti falls out of my pockets and I lose the game. This shit is so sick. This dude is great. Bellicor. I thought they were reducing the power level of stuff in this game. Is that just what they told us Destruction players? And they believed us? Double caster, yeah, sure. Triple S tier. Next. Demon Prince, okay. Demon Prince. 10 health. 8 move, 3 up save, 5 control. Do you still have to choose wings or something? Hopefully not. You do. Wings or trophy rack. Ward 6 up. You get to choose the mark. 6 attacks, 3s and 3s, 1-3. Oh, crit mortal. Oh. Yo, he kind of slaps though. 6-3-3-1-3 with crit mortals is kind of alright. If it has wings, it has a move characteristic of 10 and fly. You choose that. You choose that, always. The difference between 8 inches not flying and 10 flying is very often like 10 extra inches of movement. Or being able to go somewhere that you literally just could never have done. Flying over chaff. I'm like delaying reading the other ability because it almost doesn't matter how strong it is. That's how insanely OP flying is. For people who have it. They don't know. They don't know what they have. Anyway, the Mounted Skulls of the Fallen. If this unit has a trophy rack, Hellforged weapons also have anti-hero rend. Whatever. No. Flying 100% always. Yeah, for sure. Ruinous Favor. This guy sucks though. He doesn't do anything. I guess Ruinous Favor better be good. Pick a friendly non-unique unit within 12. Wholly within. That shares a Mark of Chaos keyword with this unit. Okay, so you gotta link them up. Roll die. On a 3-up, target can just use Eye of the Gods as if it were the end of turn and they... Oh, so they get the reroll too. Alright, remember when I said he doesn't do anything and I wondered what he did? He does something. You've chosen correctly. You decided to give a hero an ability that does fucking anything. That's awesome. I want to take 2 of him because it doesn't say no limiters found. Okay? No limits. Unlimited. Limitation breaker. Okay? 3 demon princes, all using Ruinous Favor on 10 chaos chosen. Rolling 3 times a reroll for whatever you're trying to get. Also, when they start the game, they roll and reroll, trying to get whatever they want to get. Then, 3d6 charge. Like Werner von Braun watching a rocket take off for the first time. Damn, they want you to have fun playing this game and planning stuff, and what if I do this and this? They were, damn, even though it's a British company, in one army, they remembered that this is America. Why couldn't they have done that for everybody's stuff when they had the chance? Chaos Knights, okay. 10 move, 4 health, 3 up save, 1 control. Cursed Lance. At least they do 2 damage on the charge, but after that, the same problem, right? Not enough dam. So you better kill it on the charge, which maybe you will. You just mark him Khorne, right? 4 attacks. 21 attacks, 3-inch range. Rend 1, damage 2. Oh no, if it charged, Impaling Charge. Yeah, Rend 2, damage 2. And they're 3s and 3s now, instead of 4s. Okay. 10 Chaos Knights. Khorne. 2 Khorne Demon Princes. And both of them are just the hype men, right? They're hyping them the fuck up. Roll on the table over and over, right? Let's go, and then send them off. Dark Oath Marauders. Who? What are these human-ass, random, wiggly-ass humans doing? It's not that I don't like Barbarian theme. It's just you already have the coolest infantry aesthetic ever. So who are these losers? But they're chaff, enslaves to darkness, and historically that means they're excellent. 5-5-1-1, chaff, 0 damage, whatever, yeah. They're supposed to die, that's their power. Unit of 10. If this unit charged and the unmodified roll is 8 up, add 1 to the rend characteristic of their weapons for the rest of the battle. That's like a fun flavor thing. I don't think it moves the needle much, but alright. Glorious Death. Well, this unit is wholly within 12 of any friendly Dark Oath heroes. So you have to take Dark Oath heroes. They get 5 up murder roll. Okay, yeah. So there's something like 3 mortal wounds chilling in every 10-man unit, ready to be unleashed. And so when your Dark Oath die, which is their job, for dying, you are rewarded with mortal damaging your opponent. For probably more damage than they would have took if they just got to attack in the first place. But you do have to take a Dark Oath hero, which maybe you don't want to, but maybe they're good. I don't know. This is going to be good. 5 is pretty slow, though. Having a speed bump or chaff unit that does mortal damage when it dies is like always great, essentially. It's like always great. So these guys can't be bad. There can only be something better than them at whatever job it is. Damn, this dude looking kind of nice. Chaos Warriors. Rip rune shields. So what's the rune shield for? These dudes are in full plate just like Blood Warriors. But they're also using runic tower shields. And where's the rule for that? Still just a 3-up save? Okay. I mean, they're supposed to be liberators, and they are. But what are the runic tower shields doing? If it's not to armor. seems sad. I'm sad. I guess it's, you know, spearhead. Add 1 to wound rolls for combat attacks made by this unit. Target enemy unit that is contesting objective you do not control. Whatever. They're good. They're a touch boring, maybe. And I'm very sad that the shields do nothing. But they're good. Slap a Nurgle thing on them, and they're just meat and potatoes. Standards, land standards, and meat slappers. It's gonna be great. Slaves S. Super excite. Particularly the way the rules are written that allow for fun and creativity. Instead of bumper bowling and guardrails. Oh, no more than 1 of everything. You can't, this doesn't work with that. Keep your hands and arms inside of the cockpit at all times. Oh, careful there. You might add +2 to something, can't have that. Anyway, that's the shit. It looks good. Do not be deceived with these guys. What do you mean? Ironjawz? Ahem. Slaves of the Darkness were on hype. Yeah, S tier, top of S tier hype, maximum hype. Although I have to correct you, it's STD, not S2D. They swapped Khorne and IJ in Spirit, did they? He said it, STD. That's what it is. That's the name, yeah. Using S and then the number 2D is like being from a family where suck is a swear that you're not allowed to say. It's hella lame. I'm sorry I called you out. I guess I don't mean anything by it, but it's weird. Kevin with a C. Alright, Ironjawz battle traits. Hold on. Did the battle traits get chopped in half by someone's sword? Where's the rest of them? Oh no. Should I be reading this under different parameters? I thought Ogres was bad where they couldn't fill up the whole thing. Alright, anyway. Ironjawz battle traits. Once per turn, army any hero phase. Pick friendly Ironjawz unit that was not set up this turn to be the target. Can move up to 3. It can move into combat. If it was in combat at the start of the move, it must end in combat. Okay. So you get the same thing as Khorne. We get the same thing as Khorne here. Man, I'm remembering all of history, right? I'm remembering the D6 full army destruction move of 1st edition. The entire move of 2nd edition. Sometimes if you were within 12, you had the charge or whatever. And the sometimes 3 units, sometimes 1 unit, but still like a move and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay. We're down to 3. We're down to what Khorne has. I mean, it's each, right? But alright, yeah. Hero phase, it costs nothing, you just do it. Didn't cost anything before, and it just worked before, but that's fine. It's very... Look, you got guys that have 4-inch move in your army. I guess you got to give them something. It was a command point last edition, true. Which was a nerf from the edition before that where it wasn't, but, you know, whatever. Different edition, different stuff, right? Once per battle, HeyWoah. Wait, where's Smashing and Bashing is gone? Is this what you guys were waiting? Like, don't tell him they took smashing and bashing? That's like their most iconic army ability. Damn, that's sad. Trust the plan. Alright. Pour one out for smashing bashing. One of the coolest rules they ever made. That has been an iconic Ironjawz thing forever. It's weird that they would remove that. Although, what they did to ogres, I guess they can do anything. Once per battle, your charge phase. Ironjawz Wah. Pick friendly Ironjawz hero to be the target. And note, this is not Daughters of Cain. This is not pick a friendly Ironjawz hero to use this. It's to be the target. It's one and done. Unlike Daughters of Cain, which get basically the same bonus. I mean, not really. This one's AoE. Wholly Within 18, which is basically the whole table. I would have just made it the whole table. Why waste time? Just make it the whole table. It's a problem. One to charge rolls, one for attacks characteristic. It's good. It's once per game, but it's good. Yeah, Mighty Destroyer's tiny. Once per game Wah is good. Alright. Missing a bit. Battle formations. Ironjawz Brawl. It was the whole table before. Yeah, should have stayed that way. Natural disaster. If you make an unmodified charge roll of 8 up for a friendly non-hero. Ew. Unmodified, if you roll randomly on the bingo card, get +1 attacks characteristic for units melee weapons for this turn. Alright, I guess we pull the slot machine. Non-hero Ironjawz unit +1 attacks. I mean, +1 attacks is a really good buff. But the average charge roll doesn't get it, right? Just, oh boy, I love pushing the slot machine. I don't know. For a certain type of destruction player, they'll like that, I guess. Maybe we'll look at what the other sub-factions are going to do. Why non-hero? Was getting this on a cabbage going to break things? No. Doesn't move the needle that much, especially because it wouldn't work on companion, I don't think. And companion has the good attacks, probably. I guess this is the sub-faction that you take if you play with Kragnos somehow in IJ, if you actually want to do that. Because then an 8-up is mostly probable, right? Does an extra dice on the charge count as modified? Obviously yes, but rules-wise no. Clearly yes, but rules-wise no, not modified. So it counts for the thing. It counts for fun, which is the good part. So alright, you want to play with Kragnos. You take natural disasters. They're joined by the Grunta Stampede, a cavalry force that picks up more speed as it tramples enemies. Picks up more speed. Sounds like a janky mechanic. The Iron Fist, who inspire each other to greater acts of carnage. I don't know what that means. And the Weird Fist, who call upon the Wah. Supernatural protection. I wonder what that is. Durability buff? Spell thing, maybe? Iron Fist sounds like Mighty Destroyers, who inspire each other to greater acts of carnage. This could mean anything. The amount of hopium you are connected to an industrial hopium canister. If you think this sounds like Mighty Destroyers. Now, I hope you're right, because I think it's a terrible shame for Ironjawz to lose their single most iconic ability they've had forever. So I hope you're correct. Basham Lads 6. Unlimited. Pick friendly Ironjawz Wizard. Pick friendly Ironjawz unit holding than 12. Targets melee weapons have crit 2 hits. Oh, sweet. Yeah, unlimited crit 2 hits on everybody. Sure, fun. That's fun. Fun unlimited spell. Great. Unit focus. Gordrak, the Fist of Gork. He's never been good. Ever. There hasn't been a single point when this guy was good, or even close to it. Could it be? He got his 3-up save. He has acquired his 3-up save. 3-up save get. Why was he 4? 10-inch move, wicked slow. The base size this guy's on is like a hubcap. Like it's the biggest circle they make. It's so massive. 10 inches, even with flying, is rough with this fucking base. Dude, the base is almost 10 inches. You gotta... He basically plays like a leapfrog, kind of. He flips over like a pog, right? And so that means just terrain places, you know, creatures. He can hardly move. There's almost nowhere to put him. Tactical rolls. 20 health, 3-up save is massive. He's big. Yeah, it used to be 12, and that was a big problem. And he's now slower. Because they went through the whole game, and they reduced the speed of units from Grand Alliance Destruction. No other... Everybody else is fine. You're good. Sometimes even increased. But Destruction needs to be slower. I agree. Big Thief's Roar. 8 inches, 62301. Trash. Smashing and Cunning. 8 attacks, 3s and 2s, 1-2. It's alright. A lot of attacks. Anti-hero plus 1 rend. Big Thief's Fist and Tail. 8 4s and 2s, 1-3. Anti-monster, but it's companion. So no fun allowed, but it's a good weapon. Even if it does hit on 4s. Monster Grapple. Pick an enemy monster in combat with this unit. Okay, Silver Bullet. For its Rampage. 3-up, pick one of the target's weapons. You must pick a companion weapon, if possible, Halva, the attack characteristic. Yeah, that'll fuck up a monster. Yep, that'll make most monsters in the game bad in that combat. So it's a decent Silver Bullet if what you want to do is take very little damage from that monster and then kill it. So alright. Once per battle reaction, you declared a HeyWoah ability. Add 1 to hit rolls. Oh, sure, okay. So it's just a super HeyWoah. When you use HeyWoah, you get +1 to hit and +1 to charge and +1 to attack. So it just becomes a super HeyWoah. Cool. No ward, but with 20 health and 3-up save, I wasn't expecting to see a ward. Strength from victory. If any damage points were allocated to enemy unit by this unit's combat attacks this turn and the enemy unit has been destroyed, give this unit a HeyWoah token to a max of 3. Oh, it should be pointed out that endless spells and terrain are not units, right? So it doesn't count for this. Until the end of the next turn, add 1 to the attack characteristic of this unit's weapons for each HeyWoah token it has. Hold on. This is the most confusingly written ability. Why does it only last until the end of your next turn? Why isn't this just a passive ability? Like, the passive ability is, you get +1 attacks for each HeyWoah token you have. And then a different one that says whenever you kill something, you get a HeyWoah token. Why don't they just do it that way? I guess so it can update. You could update it with a passive too. The passive could be you get +1 attacks for each WA token you have, right? If he doesn't do damage on a turn, he doesn't get the bonus. He doesn't lose them, I don't think. If any damage points were allocated to an enemy unit by this unit's combat this turn, and the enemy unit has been destroyed, give him a WA token. Until end of the next turn, add 1. For each it has. So if you don't do any damage, you don't get any of the bonus of the WA tokens. Even if you have them? Wait, no, that's not correct. This is an effect. So there's no declare. Because this whole ass thing is an effect, I think you always get the bottom paragraph of it. It just refreshes at every end of turn, like a Diablo 4 buff on your little character guide. It just keeps refreshing forever. It's basically a passive, but it's not a passive. It could have been written as a passive, and it would have probably been more readable. But it still works. Yeah, you could consider this bottom thing to almost be a passive, but not really. Weird. They chose a confusing way to write this, but I think I get what they were doing with it. So what do we got for Gordrak? He's huge and hard to kill, fucking slow in a very annoying way. My condolences. He's got some shit barf attacks or whatever. He fucks people up in combat. He has Giga Wah. Monster Grapple is a good silver bullet, but it is a silver bullet. I don't think I want to... Yeah, nah, probably not. Yeah, I don't mean to call my shot, because we don't know a lot, right? But based on everything I've seen so far, I'm still taking whatever the default cabbage is 10 times out of 10 instead of Gordrak. Unless somebody has a really convincing argument for it. He's definitely improved, but for what I imagine he's going to cost, and the fact that you can't give him any enhancements. Nah. Like, he's so slow. War Chanter. 6 attacks, 4s and 3s, nil D3, whatever. As if getting him in the combat. Lol. If any enemy models are slain by this unit this turn, give this unit D3 ritual points. Why would you do that? Oh, he's a priest. Okay. Yeah, he's a priest one. He's finally a priest. We can give him prayers. They think he's gonna be in combat and kill someone. I mean, maybe what your job is to run War Chanter straight towards their chaff line and just have him kill... Let's see, 4s and 3s. 4 up to hit is 6 attacks, 3 hit. Being generous, 2 wound. 1 save is passed, deal 2 damage, kill 1 guy. So it could happen. It could happen that he generates ritual points by killing some 5-up save chaff thing. He's a 4-up save, I guess. So it's possible he isn't killed by the chaff. Yeah, I mean, he's a priest. You take him because he's a priest. If you have the opportunity to maybe steal some ritual points in a way that won't get him killed, try it. But in general, I think he's just a priest. Kill a beat. +1 dam. Let's go. You kept it. Works on a 4-up, exactly. Flipping coins to double our damage. Kind of sad. I wish they would have gotten rid of Kill a Beat and just up the damage on profiles, probably. Because it's so weird flipping a coin to double the damage of your whole army, you know? If the chanting roll was 8, you can pick 2 LFG units instead of 1. Awesome. I mean, it's a great buff, obviously. Bruettes. Oh, we're damage 2. They did both. They did both. Both. Put an L in there. Infantry champion. No special guys, huh? Unit of 5. 3 up save, 3 health. Gore Choppa and brute weapons. The Gore Choppa is great. The brute weapons are, well, 4s. The Gore Choppa is very good. The brute weapons are pretty good. Infantry +1. 3 attacks on models, pretty nice. You messin', enemy models with health characters of 1 or 2 cannot contest. This ability just got a lot better this edition. This ability, which they stole to give to everyone in the game, kind of, with the way control works. They stole this. I'm used to saying that they steal ogre rules and gave them to everyone, but here's one where they took it from orcs and gave it to everyone. Also smashing and bashing, and gave it to elves. And some Khorne and a bunch of other people. Anyway, picture the reason Ironjawz aren't F tier hype. The burglar. Thanks a lot. So brutes are amazing. I need the Ironjawz players here today to convince me that I'm wrong. Because I look at you messin', that's great. Their attacks, pretty good, especially with buffs. 3 up save is great. 3 health. 4-inch move, into the trash they go. Like, probably just don't use them. Take pigs instead or something. Take any cavalry instead. I'm looking at a unit with a 4-up move, and then the rest of the units in the whole army with move of like 10. And unless those units do like literal 0, I'm just always going to pick those. Like, you can't be this slow in this game after they just nerfed your hero phase movement. Like, maybe a unit that runs every single turn and chills on an objective in the home base or something. I don't know. Trust in the 3d6 charge that they don't have. Did they get that? Am I about to scroll down and see that? Because next up is Mogrunta, and then... Oh, no. Oh, yeah, they don't have a spearhead. I forgot. Yeah, they don't have a spearhead. They'll get one. It's fine. Redeploy is no longer restricted, so you can move them d6 +3 in the opponent's turn. Yeah, but you can do that to a fast unit. And now it's really fast and really good, right? You can... Things that are available to everyone can go on stuff that's good, you know? Why are orcs 4-inch move, though? You don't get it? Because they used to be. That's it. That's the reason. Because they used to be. Anyway, brutes are actually exciting and cool and fun. 3 health is great. 3 up save is a big improvement. Damage 2, awesome. Like, you messin' is great. Crawling on hands and knees through the sewer system at 4 inches. I don't know if I can justify that. Even though everything else about them is so great. I hope that I'm wrong, because I want people to play with these, and I want maybe an Ironjawz player is just like, bro, just take 1 unit, it's fine. And maybe, I don't know. When we had a full move in the hero phase for 2 or 3 units, 4 inches wasn't horrible. Yeah, that's right. That's why 4 inches was okay. Because you could full double move 2 or 3 guys or entire army d6. Anyway, Maw Grunta. 10 move, 12 health, 3 up save. Oof. 5 control. Monstar. This is the with hack and crew version. Choppas. 4, 4, and 3, 1, 2. 4, 4, and 3, 1, 1. 5, 4, and 2, 2, 2. 4, 5, and 2, OD3. It's just a shitload of attacks. Just a bunch of attacks of various types that all suck at hitting. Unstoppable momentum. This was the rule that sucked before. That wasn't fun. Each time this unit uses a charge ability, it gains a momentum point. Each time it uses run, it gains 2. It can have a max of 3 at once. No fun allowed. Stop doing combos. Add the number of the momentum points this unit has to the damage characteristic of its Maw Grunta tusks. Oh. You've chosen fun. That's why you limited it. Because if you didn't limit it, you would have too much fun down here, and you would OF. You would like over fun, and they'd have to call poison control. At the end of each Battletron, subtract 1 from... Well, at least it doesn't reset to 0, I guess. So what do? You don't run, because you can't run and charge. Each time you use a charge, so when you charge, you get 1. And then the damage on the tusks are 3. That's already good. Redeploys a run? Yeah, but you can't do it on your turn. I'm trying to think of, like, on my average turn, how much momentum am I getting? And it seems like 1. I guess, what's this? Your movement phase. Once per turn. Core move rampage. It's also a rampage, huh? If this unit is in combat, it can move a distance up to its move. Oh, if it's in combat, it can pass through models in the combat ranges of enemy units, but it cannot end it in combat. So you essentially carve a path, and this is in movement phase, before charge. So if you're in combat, you move out of combat. And then you overwhelming charge over them, essentially. And then you gain 2 momentum. And then you charge, you have 3 momentum, and now this is 5 damage tusks. So, on turn 1, you move him and then charge him, and he has momentum 1. Then, if you happen to be still in combat when it rolls around to your turn, you can carve a path and then charge and be at 3. If it's the opponent's turn, you can redeploy, which is a run, which is 2. And then charge, maybe, and that's 3, but there's a lot of command points. But you could do it. Ahem. How gross is that with crit 2 hit and WA? It's pretty nice. Yeah, okay, I read this whole thing, and I'm like, brutes. Like, who? Because, like, pigs are probably going to be pretty decent, too. Why am I putting 4-inch move Fire Slayers in my Ironjawz army? For each target, roll a die, gain 2 momentum. WA doesn't help them with companion attacks? No, I don't think so. I need to look up companion attacks again in the core. But I think nothing adds to them unless it explicitly says they do. So for instance, this ability here would add to it. because it explicitly says so. And same with all-out attack, but nothing else. Very few other things do. Which is sad. But then again, when the shit's fun and cool, then good. That's cool. Damn, I don't know how to feel about Ironjawz. What do you do with this army? Mighty Destroyers is hella lame. Compared to what it used to be, I guess. Ironjawz was once per game. And it's good. You lost Smashing and Bashing, which is like an F tier pain and suffering. Ripping out a fundamental like identity of the army. Like that's terrifically bad. Natural Disaster is neat, I guess. Basham is good. Gordrak is better, although I don't think probably playable. War Chanter's okay. Killabeat's good but random. Brutes are good but hella slow. Probably don't want to play them. Mogrunta looks fun and cool. I don't even know how to feel about him. Yeah, 3-up saves across the board are good. There's a lot of mortal damage though. This army will melt to that. It actually feels like there's more mortal damage than there used to be. I know this is a feelings-based thing, but it almost feels like that sometimes. What does Ironjawz get? They get considerably more damage. Continue their long slide down of less and less speed and maneuverability. Pigs look really cool. Yeah, mixed but alright. I'm more excited about Ironjawz than Tzeentch and KO, though. Because for Tzeentch, they have a single ability that says you reach outside of the game and grab just victory points, like a fourth wall moment, and then put them in your sack. And that's kind of stupid, actually. And everything else they do is boring. But probably fine. And KO, I wish they shot more. They don't shoot enough. One remains. Mixed but slow. Ahem. They said, hey, here's less mortals, and then 80% of faction rules are, here's how it does mortals, yeah. And it's the same paragraph. Roll the D3 on a 2-up, do that many mortal wounds. Copy and pasted like 166 times. Check the final paragraph for Heartbreak, what? Tomorrow we're awakening the woods. The current Orc Warclan Spearhead provides miniatures for future cool boys who have used their dirty tricks to get ahead. And while we've heard rumbling and chattering with a distinctly Gorkish timbre, there's nothing on the horizon just yet. Not even on the horizon. And they said Orc Warclan's Spearhead, which is what it's currently called. So this is anti-hopium for freedom and justice for all. Boo. All the rules for Ironjawz and Cruel Boys will both come together. Auric Warclans. Faction pack. They're functionally two separate factions, but the pack contains a full set for each. Alright. Down to mixed but sad. Good try, Destruction. Maybe 5th edition. Warhammer Age of Sigmar faction focus Sylvaneth. I'm going to take one more medicine. I'll be right back. Thanks for sticking around, even though it's 100% black, no cam. But I can't wear a hat right now, and I can't look at light right now besides the screen. TY for sticking around. Only one more, and it's Sylvaneth. How exciting. It was almost the wrong thing. I misclicked. I can't see very well. Yo. Are we back? Big trees, big fun. Yeah, potentially. No, there's no sarcasm. I don't hate Sylvaneth. I only hate playing against Sylvaneth. That's it. But everybody hates playing against Sylvaneth. And they have since the first day of first edition. That's fine. It's fine. Ahem. Separate Orc faction books coming in 3 years. Let's go. Separate Orc faction books coming 3 years ago. What a time to be alive. Does that bring Cruel Boys down? No. Well, actually, maybe. Does anyone remember... Was there a...
Good job, King.
Oh, Casual Karn, hey, thanks for the resub. I appreciate it for 9 months. TYVM. Good job, King. Does, did they say if Big Wah is gone? Did they ever mention that? I think some intern somewhere typed something like that. Is Big Wah in the Orc War Clans faction pack? No, it's not. They are fully separate factions now. And that was a post from Warhammer Official on June 19th. It's now June 21. And so that was a lie. Kinda. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe. They said Big Wah is dead. Okay. Well, if Big Wah is dead, then Cruel Boys doesn't go down, I don't think. But it does I'm down to, maybe I'm at the top of B. So I went from bottom of A to top of B. It doesn't diminish too much with Cruel Boys because they seem fun. But Khorne on top, maybe. It's not really in too much of an order for the S tier hype. It's not in too much of an order. Sylvaneth, I'm very concerned about because they just told us that you have to, they told you how to place all the terrain on the table. So there's going to be a lot of terrain all over the place, more than normal, if they follow the event pack, right? And if you still have to put terrain all over the place, instead of just point at stuff and have it count as a wildwood, then Sylvaneth is potentially in for a real bad time this edition. And so I'm concerned about them. Guardians of Sanctity. Hey, they got some big dude. Look at, please, bro. These models. Next on the refresh or next on the chopping block? Which one is it? Just tell me. Just let me know. Alright, anyway, next up. Sylvaneth. Has you looked at Khorne already? Yes, I have. They are S tier exciting. Slaves, Khorne, F, Fire Slayers, Stormcast, and maybe LRL are in, like, just reading their abilities and how awesome everything sounds. S tier excitement. This is a hype level tier list, not a power tier list. I should very carefully point that out. Otherwise, Tzeentch would be at the top from just reading stuff in a vacuum. But it's a hype tier list, not a power level one, or seemingly power level. All right, Endless Growth. Once per turn army, end of any turn. Pick any number of friendly Sylvaneth units wholly within 6 of the friendly Awakened Wildwood to be the targets. Heal D3. Wholly within 6 is pretty close to an Awakened Wildwood, considering it's a ring. Alariel's base is huge. Damn, you have to get pretty close to them shits. Oh, they kept Strike and Fade. Surprising. End of any turn. Oh, it happens at the end of turn. Never mind. It's not Strike and Fade. It's called it, but it doesn't do that. It's end of turn. That's like saying power through is overwhelming charge. It very is not, right? It's just called a similar thing. Remove that unit from the battlefield. Set up again more than 9 from enemies, wholly within 6 of a different Awakened Wildwood. Okay. So you have to go specifically from a Wildwood to a Wildwood. Yeah, strike, wait 1 business day, and then a weekend, and it technically ships on Monday after that. And it's only between 2 exact Awakened Wildwood nodes. Big limiter. And then you get, oh, you also have Walk the Hidden Paths. Another, you just teleport, you only have teleports for your battle attack traits. You got a heal if you're near stuff, you have a teleport, and you have another teleport. Not in combat, 6 inches, and then from one to another, okay. This one is in combat, right? Yeah, that is in combat. So you have, your battle traits are some heal if you're close to a Wildwood, an out-of-combat teleport, and an in-combat teleport. And each of them can only be from one node to another different node, and then one node to a different node. Alright. Yeah, if you kill the target, you can't strike and fade, because you're not in combat. That is correct. I am not pleased with these battle traits. Don't like them. I know wildwoods are your thing, but I think it's way too... Everything's a wildwood, everything's wholly 6. 2 of them are basically the same, except one's in combat, one's out. Both of them are core, so you can't move close. You have to have already been there. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I don't know how Sylvaneth players feel about it. Yeah, I kind of hate this. Then again, personally, I don't like interacting with terrain. I don't think that's fun, which is why I was so butt mad over the Everwinter thing, because I don't like interacting with terrain as a player, like playstyle wise. I would rather interact with objectives rather than terrain, personally. So this is why I like the Slaves to Darkness thing, which targets objectives, and I don't like the Everwinter thing, which targets terrain. Anyway. Yeah, the army is very different. If you win the fight, you're kind of punished. But I guess if you lose the fight... Well, no, they still get to swing back, so you might die anyway. Yeah. This is like... maybe E tier battle trait. Almost F. But this is like a personal opinion of my hype, right? So my likes and dislikes are gonna affect that. Lords of the Clan. Healing Song. When using Endless Growth, friendly Sylvaneth monsters heal 3 instead of D3. What a shit-ass subfaction. Oh, instead of D3, it's 3. Don't even roll. And only for monsters. Did the Ogre Battletome Rider do this one? Sylvaneth, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. This is heal every turn. I suppose this is end of any turn, right? And this is your movement phase. So these are happening at different times. Is this called Endless Growth? Yeah, okay. Like, bro, like, just roll the 3. Lore of the Deep Wood. Unlimited spell, Tree Song 6. Summons a Wildwood, right? If there are fewer than 3 Wildwoods, set one up. Wholly within 18 of the caster, and more than 3 from enemy units, objectives, and other terrain features. It might get kind of busy there, since we're doubling the amount of terrain they require on tables for tournaments and stuff. If there are already 3 friendly Awakened Wildwoods, then heal 3 to each Wildwood. Oh yeah, you can attack Wildwoods now, I forgot, right? You can probably attack them. Which I'm going to do, because playing with Wildwoods is the most annoying thing ever. Ahem. Show me the Awakened Wildwood War Scroll, I guess, because otherwise who knows. Wait, what do the other ones do? Because this shit sucks. But smaller forest spirits protect their habitats with bloodthirsty Vigor, while malevolent outcasts terrify their opponents. Finally, Alariel's elite cavalry swiftly run down their foes with mercy. Okay. Terrify, that's probably Spite Revenants. Smaller forest spirits protect their habitats with bloodthirsty vigor. I don't know what that is. This Winterleaf maybe, but only for small guys. Alariel's cavalry. Yeah, I don't know what these are supposed to do, if they did a similar thing to before. Hey, we get Alariel. Nice. Alariel is going to cost 200 less points than before, or the same, because she can't summon anymore. She probably just reanimates. So maybe she's finally going to be cost effective. 16 health, 3 up save, 14 flying move. That's something that didn't slow down. 6 up ward, triple whizzy. War Master. 12-inch spear with 1 attack, it'll miss. 5 attacks, 3s and 3s, 2-2. 6 attacks, 4s and 2s, 2-4. Alright, pretty good. She finally has a ward, though. We've been making fun of her for not having a ward forever, and she finally did get one after all these years. Life Bloom. Pick one of the following effects. Add one to casting rolls. Or heal 2d3 this unit. She kept her big heal. Any hero phase. That would be each. That would be each. And she finally gets a... Okay, this is a bunch of finally getting a, right? You finally got a ward, which is what they were asking for forever. You finally got a cast bonus for your triple caster god wizard. Finally got it, right? That's at least something. Metamorphosis. 2d3 mortal damage on the target. If it's destroyed, you get a tree song for free. Cool. And 2d3 is a lot of mortal damage, relatively speaking, because everything seems to be 1d3, right? No talons of withering or whatever those things were called. Rite of life. Your movement phase. Pick a friendly Sylvaneth unit that has been destroyed. Oh, okay. On a 4-up, you get a new one at half the number of models. But it has to be near a wildwood. Gross. And, well, I mean, that's not even bad, because you set it up near the wildwood and then you teleport, right? If the target was a monster, allocate 8 damage to it. Oh, cool, you can do it to monsters. That's sick. That's fun. And of course she comes back to life, maybe. Which is sick. Yeah, alright. Never mind, she's gonna cost the same. Her points will not go down, actually. She will stay the same. Every turn she gets 4-up, return half. Or a monster that allocates damage. Or herself and a monster that allocates damage. Big. And then Living Battering Ram. Once per turn, army any charge phase. If this unit charged, pick an infantry. On a 3-up, inflict an amount of mortal damage equal to the roll. Yep, okay. Infantry only. Sag. She's cool. She's big. She's nice and fast. For a unit with her base size is so huge that I agree this is the proper speed for her. Decent attacks, I suppose. Life Bloom is very good. Metamorphosis is good. Living Battering Ram, meh. Rite of Life is hilarious. 6-up ward, triple caster. Yeah, just, this is good. This is fun. Does the monster get to make saves? No. Specifically doesn't. Ward rolls cannot be made for those damage points. And the armor save doesn't happen because allocate damage goes after armor saves anyway in the flowchart. Oh, Spirit of Girthu, let's go. The anime sword. Oh, the first... Yo, his sword is no longer 6 damage. They took an inch from my guy. He's down to a 5 damage sword instead of a 6 damage sword. It's kind of sad. What's the harm? 14 health is a lot. 3-up save, 5 move, 5 control. Everything is... I think this is more health than he used to have, but everything else is the same. No longer brackets damage. True, he brackets attacks instead. Which is good. Just hero monster. Once per turn, army any combat phase. Titanic Duel. Pick an enemy monster on a 3-up, subtract 1 from attack characteristic that targets melee weapons for this turn. Okay. Wrathful Guardian. Add 1 to hit rolls for this unit's combat attacks while the target is within 3 of a wildwood. Simply don't be within 3 of a wildwood. Alright. Hey, okay. Crit Mortal on massive impaling talons. These things feel cool, finally. This is not a bad attack profile either. Yeah, his old chart was real bad. Anti-monster Randall 1. There are so many subtract 1 from, like, hit rolls and attack characteristic things, I'm concerned. There's a lot of debuffs. And debuff stack on, I guess, attacks, alright, but how many of those are you gonna get? What do you guys think about Spirit of Girthu here? He's slow as fug, that's for sure. But he always was. And you're in Mr. Teleports, the army. Guy's kind of swinging. Not unique. Just feels kind of normal. Yeah, he used to bracket real bad. He doesn't get an extra D3 attacks for being close to a Wildwood. Now he gets +1 to hit if your opponent is near the Wildwood. But it doesn't matter if you are or not. So that's neat. Okay. Spite Ravenants. These goofy looking dudes. 2, 5 up 5. 3, 3, 4, 1. Ooh, crit mortal though. Okay, it saved it. A lot of attacks. They suck, but it doesn't matter. You're just looking for crits. You get what, 10 of these guys? 5? It could be 5 or 10 actually. Not sure what they'll choose. His D3 attacks was an artifact. +1 to the attack's characteristic for being near a Wildwood or overgrown. I misremembered how many. Anyway, Spite Revs. Pick an enemy infantry unit in combat with this. On a 3-up, the target cannot use commands for the rest of the turn. Okay. I don't know, maybe you play a whole bunch of these and you just roll a million dice looking for mortals on your chaff. Depends on if Tree Revenants still have free teleport every move phase, right? If they do, probably not. If they don't, then it's time to reassess the situation, I guess, right? Spite Rida Lanza. 5 health, 12-inch flying, 4 up. Kind of nice. 3-man unit. Champion, musician, standard bearer. They got it all. This unit has coherency range of 2 inches. The privilege. But that's everything with wings, I think, that stick out from the base. They do it for the wings physically sticking out from the base almost as much as they do for whatever mechanic it would be. Charge +1 damage, charge +1 damage, anti-cavalry rend, companion. You got 6 attacks of models on damage 2. Okay. Hey, I'll take it. End of every turn, heal 3. Hey, I'll take it. Any combat phase, descent. If this charged, roll a die on a 3-up, strike first. Hey, I'll take it. Spite Rider Lancers are either going to cost 1,000,000 points or they're great. They're great. Yep. A whole bunch of attacks on 2 damage, 12-inch flying move, a bunch of health, okay armor, heal every single turn, strike first, big coherency. Hey, alright. These shock cavalry are thrumming with life. A word from the studio. Hey, Jimbo, what do you got to say about this one? Oh, Kurnoth Hunters, okay. It's a shame this is the edition where all the ranged attacks have to suck, because these guys have suffered forever, and I was kind of looking forward to them being good and having more than like 2 attacks a model. Health 5, move 5, save 4, control 2, A2, nice. Great bow 18, so we're down from 24, or was it 30? 2 attacks, 3s and 3s, 1, 2. Well, at least they're not 4s and 3s. But, yeah. I guess in this edition, 18 is a long range, kind of, for shooting. And you're sort of tickling. Hey, you go 2 down. Well, it's contesting an objective. Friendly units contesting that objective also have a ward 6. Cool. This is cool. Okay. This is cool. I don't know what their real abilities are going to end up being, but the argument for Kurnoth Hunters in the past, even though they kind of blew, was that they could camp an objective and still technically affect the game, because their range was just super long. And they kind of blew, but they get to affect the game and they're camping an objective. Now they can camp and actually give a ward to something else, including themselves, which is kind of cool. Maybe that's kind of doubling down on their thing. Is you're contesting, and then you're just sort of a damage turret from contesting anywhere. And it gives you a little help. Cool. I don't know how meaningful their damage is going to be, but you're going to be rolling and stuff. It all comes to point. So how do I feel about Sylvaneth? Kurnoth Hunters, I don't know. These guys seem to be amazing and just have everything. And so there's going to be... something has to be wrong with them. Maybe it's their points cost eventually, or whatever. Being in a unit of 3. I don't know. They seem real good to me, despite Rider Lancers. Versed Defler. Thanks for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Thanks for liking my stuff. Even though I'm in migraine mode right now, in the dark, with no hat. But I wanted to get through this. So, anyway, thanks for stopping by and sticking around. Spite Revs may be good for playing a bunch of them and fishing for mortals. I don't know. They should be cheap, though. Spirit of Dirthu's alright. Enters Slaptown for sure. He's capable of it. But he's really slow, but you're the teleport army. I don't know. Figure it out. Alariel feels good. Alariel, cool. Like, A tier excited for Alariel, probably. Tree Song. I can't even pretend to be excited for placing a bunch of terrain all over the table and dealing with that bullshit. This subfaction ability, F, see me after class. And then battle traits seem just a little... At the end of any turn, your entire army heals D3 if it's close to a Wildwood. Okay. Strike and Fade is end of the turn, so you have a teleport out of combat, kinda, but at the end of the turn after you get hit. And then you have a teleport that's out of combat and in combat. I don't know. If you can turn terrain into an Awakened Wildwood somehow, everything is fixed. And the army is actually overpowered. If you can't and you have to place it only. If there's still the distinction between an overgrown thing and an Awakened Wildwood, then it doesn't seem fun at all to me. But Alariel's cool. Spirit of Dirthu has a big sword. They're going to feel a lot different because you won't be able to just peace out before the enemy swings back. Yeah, you're going to have to actually take your beats. You're going to have to get hit. I was about to comment that they kept Strike and Fade, but they really didn't keep Strike and Fade. They called it Strike and Fade, but it's nothing at all like the ability you used to have. Your army is going to just play way different. It's like they kind of kept something that cares about moving and eating or whatever in Ogres, but they didn't. Like, it's completely different. And way worse. Anyway, what's my excitement level for Sylvaneth? Alariel is A tier exciting. The rest of the War Scrolls are B tier exciting, probably. your battle traits just being 2 different teleports is very boring. And probably even down here. Like, I'm disappointed that they couldn't think of anything cooler to do. You're still just putting terrain on the table in a game with more and more terrain starting on the table already. If you like that, you probably like that though, right? Let's see. Alario and stuff are exciting, but so are some of the war scrolls here, and so are some of the war scrolls here. But their battle traits, they just kind of drop the ball on. This is gonna, yeah, I don't think I can get into the head of a Sylvaneth player, so I'm probably not gonna do a good job at this, right? I can get into the head of a lot of different player types, but I don't know if I can figure out how exciting it is, I guess. Because I just see a bunch of stuff that's not fun. You're just annoyed they didn't show us what Wildwoods actually are, since the woods are your army rule? Yeah. I think, yeah, maybe it's meh. I don't think I'm mixed but sad. It's just like, yeah, that's kind of what I expected. You put crap on the table, and then all of your rules have you interacting only with that stuff. If you want to put stuff on the table and interact only with that stuff, then boy, have I got the army for you. We lost almost all of our faction flavor, and what we did keep got nerfed to the 6-inch sub-faction no one took ever. Yeah, the Holy Within thing. Yeah, I think I'm actually ready to put them in E. The War Scrolls look good, but look, Slaanesh War Scrolls look good too, half of them. Ironjawz War Scrolls look good too, you know? But if it doesn't look fun, it doesn't look fun. Or if they lose too much, they lose too... I don't know. I think maybe meh here. I'm up to meh on Ironjawz. Losing, smashing, and bashing sucked, but you do a shitload of damage and all your shit's funny. I don't think you're up to mixed alright. I think you're below mixed but alright, because you're so slow for some of your other stuff. I think it's like this. Sylvaneth isn't as bad as... Geez, maybe it is. Hold on. So the same as Gits. Do I need to reevaluate some of these? Gits got nothing. Yeah, they did get nothing. And they could have made them have a fun battle trait, and they just decided not to. Sylvaneth army roll still doesn't benefit the opponent. It doesn't benefit the opponent, but the Slaanesh one won't either. They're just never going to choose 2. They're only ever going to choose 1. So it won't give anyone 12-inch charges, because you'll never choose 2 of them, right? It's just, it's there as like a footnote in a book. By the way, you could choose 2 if you want to commit suicide, but everyone just chooses 1. How's your hype level with 4th now that we have seen all the faction focuses? Quite a bit diminished now that we've seen all the rules, the core rules, and all the faction focuses. But you have to understand that I play this army. So my personal excitement for 4th edition was going to be largely dependent upon how fun my only army looked, and it happens to not look great. That being said, 4th edition as a whole in general is very exciting, and it looks great, and it looks like it's going to be cool. Yeah, the list is pretty top heavy, which is good. That's a good thing. You think the faction focuses were kind of a mistake? It was 5 weeks of GW going, look at all the cool stuff, and you're all collectively went, where did everything go? Yeah. But, you know, they wanted a simplified, smoothed out, easier to balance, streamlined game where the games take less time to play, right? And what you have to lose there is, you know, the rough edges. For good and bad. A lot of the rough edges they got rid of, good, you know? It's just your rough edge that you thought was almost fun but needed one more iteration pass or something. They just threw it away instead of fixed it, right? Which is always frustrating from a player point of view. Were you watching Perfect Blue and writing riff stuff before the stream? Yeah, of course. I'm preparing for my riff streams starting, I think, I don't know. I'll say when, but it's one of these coming Thursdays. Perfect Blue is the most recent rewatch of like a million 80s and early 90s animation that I went through while collecting footage for the riff's intro, and just kind of because I felt like it. Spriggan, Akira, Vampire Hunter D, Wicked City, Demon City, Record of Lotus War, Perfect Blue, as you just saw there. What is it called? Crisis Suit Maddox, something like that. Pat Labor. Just a whole bunch of old ass kind of bad, good bad grindhouse sort of 80s anime. Bubblegum Crisis as well. Even shit that actually sucked and that I hadn't seen before. Like, what is it, Millennium Zero or something like that? I heard that it was really bad and I watched it. It was much worse than I thought it was going to be. We're missing so much of the picture. We only have seen 4 War Scrolls per army. Yep, and that is a problem of their own design. They decided to do that and show us only 4, and so this is all we have to work with. And so some of them are cool and some of them are not so far. Hopefully design team are more aggressive in punching up underwhelming faction rules. Yeah, we'll see. You hope that they are willing to be more hands-on with balancing. Yeah, we'll see. You get asked why is 4-inch speed such a problem for brutes, but armies like Fire Slayers and Nurgle look good, because everything's slow in those armies, for the most part. So you have no choice. In Fire Slayers, literally everything is 4-inch move, except for your, like, hero guy on mount. And so you just have to deal with it. And you have a Rune Blazer to full army get a little fast one time, right? For Ironjawz, you're like, I could choose the 4-inch move guy or one of the 4, like, 10-inch move guys and cavalry. And so it's like, yeah, okay. I just won't then. It's kind of like why no one plays Thralls ever in IDK. Do I want the 6-inch move guys with 5 up save? Or do I want the 14 flying cavalry? Or the 12-inch flying cavalry? Or the other 14 flying cavalry? Or the 10 flying turtle cavalry? It's like, why would I want the slowest, shittiest guy, you know? Because they're wearing like 1,000 pounds of armor? Yeah, everybody's got a 3-up save, it seems like. Maybe a 4 here or there. I mean, historically it's been because you don't, but hopefully there's a reason to in this one, and we just haven't been shown it. We'll see. Did you drop the ball in Ogre Rules that hard? Don't know. They only ever have, though, kinda. Overwhelming Charge was really cool. We got to play with that one for an edition before they took it. Yeah, capture stuff was cool, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not trying to complain about ogres all the time. It was just very disappointing, and I'm not sure what the rest of it is going to look like. Hopefully it's fun. Flosh and Flot still have yet to be revealed. Yeah. This seems like the edition where all the ranged units are getting nerfed a lot. Like, ranged, they're reining it in. Most of the ranged war scrolls are looking diminished. Even in the Chosen One armies, you know. The people who never get nerfed, right? Even in those armies, the ranged units are getting reined in a little bit. And so I do not... I think Thundertusk is gonna be real bad still. Yeah, except Skaven. But in Skaven they have, shall we say, limiters. As in they will blow up after 2 shots. Which is fun for all, actually. And I think it's a fine balancing point. I think that's fine. What are the first battle tomes? Stormcast and Skaven. Yes, yeah, because those are the launch things. We have few guarantees in life, but one of them is Thundertusk will be garbage. Probably, yeah. Then again, every army has one of those units, right? We are not unique in being worse than before in a bunch of ways, worse than everybody else in a bunch of ways. Thing changed, thing taken away, unit that's always been bad and still is bad. Everybody's got stuff like that, you know? No big deal. If we lose a fair fight, you just steal your wins. You suspect ogres will get a late tome and a refresh? Hope so. By the way those rules read, that read to me like we're the next BOC for 2 or 3 years from now. We're either the next BOC or we're the next Seraphon refresh. Which is a weird place to be, I think. An army that's like a 3rd Finecast and only just stuff from Warhammer Fantasy that hasn't much expanded on the style and theme. And so I really could go either way. I hope it sticks around because I like ogres. Or the next BOC is a bit dramatic. Yeah, I have heard more dramatic, and every time somebody says that, I'm like, chill. So I say that now. They've confirmed that indexes will be dropping before Skaventide. No release date. Alright, no problem. Alright, I have to immediately go to bed, so this migraine goes away. I appreciate everyone sticking around, though. TYVM. If I missed anything, I'll get to it Monday, I guess. What position would you rather be in? It's ogres, go big or go old world? Do you mean like if they get moved to old world? I don't really think that's going to happen, by the way. But I suppose it could. Anything could happen. I wouldn't go to old world. I'm not interested in that game. No hate. I'm just not interested in it. So if, let's say ogres are banned, you know, and you can't play them in AOS, you have to play them in old world, I would just find a new army. I got plenty of great memories and everything out of ogres in AOS. I had a blast. I easily got my money's worth. I've been playing the same army for like 7.5 years. Shit's been great. If the police showed up and they're like, we're confiscating all ogres, it's now illegal in America. All right. I had my fun. It was nice. I'll do something else. More than made up for it. But that's a slightly unlikely scenario. Mostly because I have a lot of locks on my door. And the last time the police showed up, I accidentally intimidated them with my hermit nature. And they apologized for the noise, which was nice of them. Good interaction overall. Anyway, thanks for watching. See you guys Monday. Thanks for the subs and the bits and the primes. Hey, alright. Why did I make the outro music so loud? It hurts, dude. Ugh. Alright, so it's supposed to be showing credits, but it's just not. Special thanks to everyone who subscribed. It's supposed to be showing you this, but it's not. Congratulations. You've won. Hey, alright.
Brother, there is no need for me to destroy you. Surrender. Surrender your world.
You always did need an audience, you sap. Let me tell you, I ain't practiced much magic for a long time. I want to show you a trick Mother showed me when you weren't around. He was on special occasions like this. Oh yeah, one more thing. I'm glad you changed your last name, you son of a bitch.